These are CRPs at the moment. We will deal with them as we get to them. So with that, there are no requests for the floor. I would like to start the consideration of document 9.1.3 L1. It's a draft resolution, an emergency reserve for germplasm collections at risk. This draft resolution is going to be integrated in a resolution on policy guidance to the Global Crop Diversity Trust. You see that a draft resolution has only received few comments. So I will go through paragraph by paragraph. Can I take it that paragraph 1 is agreeable? Then I would move on to paragraph 2. We don't have any comments received there either. Paragraph 3, Paragraph 3, you see there. Thank you, this was my micro all over. Paragraph 3, you see changes a proposed. Reading that, I think this is quite straightforward. I have the Netherlands. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the ERG. We would like to make one minor change and to replace other technical partners with just other partners, because we don't think it's necessary to limit it to technical partners only.
Could you repeat that? I had an acoustical problem.
Yes, we would like to replace "and other technical partners" with "and other partners." So delete the word technical to make it broader.
Thank you, Netherlands. Other comments? Can I take that the room agrees with that change introduced by the Netherlands? I take it then that the room agrees with paragraph 3. I will come to paragraph 4, new introduction as well. Seems as well quite straightforward. I take it that the room agrees with paragraph 4 as well. Paragraph 5, we don't have any comments received, so I can take it that there is agreement. 6, paragraph 6, same thing. Paragraph 7. So thank you very much. I take it that we can approve this draft resolution and forward it to a report adoption. So ladies and gentlemen, you just approved the first draft resolution. Thank you very much. Let us come now to the next document, which is item 14/L1. It's a draft resolution on compliance. I go again paragraph by paragraph. So you have the governing body, including the first paragraph, there are no changes. Second paragraph, no changes. Third paragraph, no changes. I take it you agree with those. Paragraph 4, paragraph 5, paragraph 6. I have Germany followed by the United States. Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Regarding the insertion in accordance with its possibility, we might use I think language that we are more often use in accordance with national capacities. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany, United States.
شكرا لألمانيا الولايات المتحدة. لديكم الكلمة. شكرا سيدي الرئيس. بالنسبة للفقرة السادسة علينا ألا نستعمل هنا تصحيح قانوني، وهو عادة مثل هذه الصياغة يبدو لي نحاول أن نقول اتساقا بالقدرات الوطنية، ربما اتساقا شكرا جزيلا. فالفقرة هي يدعو من التشاور مع الأطراف المتعاقدة بشأن وضوح وإمكانية استخدام نموذج القرار الحالي وجمع اقتراحات التي تمت لتحسين الأسئلة، ثم ليس هناك تغيير بعد ذلك واتساق التقارير الوطنية. ليس هناك تعليق، فهذا يدعوني الاعتقاد أن ليس هنا ماذا. هناك 6 مرة أخرى.
I agree with inserting it and would suggest to add after the secretary, so that it reads invites the secretary with the support of the compliance committee to consult, and then it continues as it's provided here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germany. I don't see the request for any other comments. So I take it that with that amendment, the text would be fine. So the new text would be invites the secretary, comma, with the support of the compliance committee, comma, and then it continues. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request regarding the procedure. Since we're reading almost paragraph by paragraph, and this is going to be our final check, we kindly request for the next document to be treated on plenary to have it on the screen in order to facilitate the work of all our delegates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. I try to with easy documents, not necessarily share it on the screen. But if the room feels you would like to see the text, we can of course do that. I see nodding, so we will show the text on the screen. In order to facilitate, we can do it now as well. So, thank you. So while the Secretariat is doing that, I take it 6B is okay. We move on to 7. There are no comments received. 8, no comments received either. I see Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
No, gracias, presidente.
So I understand from the handshake, Peru doesn't need the floor. Thank you very much. So we are paragraph 9, paragraph 10, paragraph 11, no comments received. Paragraph 12, there were some suggestions received. I have Japan, followed by the United States. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Japan would like to delete the word adequate because adequate is an ambiguous term and not necessary to be inserted here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. United States?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we would support Japan on deleting adequate. We support the inclusion of as well as reporting capacities on, and then we would ask to delete the last inclusion for countries that have not yet provided their compliance reports. Compliance reporting happens on an ongoing basis, so we think that we should allow for ongoing assistance as well in this encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the United States. So I don't see any further comments, meaning a adequate would be deleted, as well as reporting capacities on would stay, and the rest of the sentence in brackets would be deleted as well. You could take out the brackets, stop the brackets around as well as reporting capacities on. Thank you very much. I take it the room feels comfortable with that text. I move on to paragraph 13. There is a suggestion for deletion. And take it that that deletion is agreed. Paragraph 14. Paragraph 15. Paragraph 16. There we have received a comment. I don't see any comments, so we cleaned this text as well. Here we can approve the text we just went through. What we still will need is the nominations for the compliance committee, so that we also can deal with that. As you see in the annex, there are still some spots left. So with that, we approve the text. We'll come back to Annex 4. You see the list of compliance committee members. We will do that election at a later stage once we have those nominations come in. Thank you very much. We just approved the text of 14L1. Thank you. We move on to agenda item 15. You have in front of you item 15/L1. That's the draft resolution on the contribution of FAO to the implementation of the international treaty. I move on to paragraph 1. We have one addition suggested there. Argentina, you have the floor.
Once again, Mr. Chair. Pardon, señor presidente.
Excuse me, I'm bothering you again, but could we see the text on screen? It would really facilitate the work for all of our delegations. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, that's my mistake. I should have waited. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now you see the text on the screen. So a paragraph 1. I don't see any comments, so that means we agree with the inclusion there and to reflect the crucial importance of the treaty in future budgetary allocation decisions. I move on to paragraph United States, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and sorry for being late on the button. In paragraph 1, we don't want to oppose it, but would like to add at the end a comma as appropriate, recognizing that the budget allocation decisions happen through a process at FAO.
Thank you. The United States. Argentina. Okay, that the proposal of the United States you've heard would be to add at the end as appropriate. So I don't have any comments, meaning we agree, the room agrees with that. So what we try to do is actually that you see in track change what was changed. I think that would even more facilitate your work. We just try to solve that. Hang on a second. Thank you, Secretariat, for that. I come to a paragraph 2. Cameroon, you have the floor.
No, Chair, it's not paragraph 2. We continue ahead, probably paragraph 4, if I may.
Let me quickly say paragraph 3, paragraph 4. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The last part of paragraph 4, we review of to making it a universal agreement. We thought it's already a universal agreement. Do we need that part of the sentence? I don't think it's at this point it's necessary, because we think that it's already a universal agreement because all regions are part of the treaty.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cameroon. I think universal means that all countries are party of an international instrument, and we are very good. We are at 155, but we still lack about 40 countries. But I am in your hands. Cameroon.
No, yes, thank you, Chair. Even the biggest UN organization hasn't got universality. You have FAO, which is 194, 95. You have the UN, which is 205. You have, it's difficult to say universal, but we believe that as long as we encourage countries to adhere to the treaty, it makes it much more open. So anyway, but I have no strong views on that, but just wanted to bring that up because we believe it's already a universal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameroon. I have Norway.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thanks to the colleague of Cameroon to bringing it up. But I might have missed it during our plenary, but I didn't recall it being raised then, so I'm a bit uncertain if we should start trying to find a new formulation if it wasn't raised during plenary, but I might have missed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Cameroon showed flexibility in keeping the text, so we can keep the text. With that, keeping that text, I move on to paragraph 5. Feel comfortable with that. Paragraph 6. Come to paragraph 7. Recognize Finland. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. We are comfortable with the first edition active, and then otherwise we prefer to keep the paragraph as it was, except we could add this for the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the equitable sharing of benefits derived from its use. But we have there's this SDG part that is also in other documents, and it should be handled somehow. We propose to add after global biodiversity framework as appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Finland. Just to clarify the text in brackets, so the new proposal advancing the fair, mutual, beneficial, and so on, that you would like to have deleted, is that correct? Because you said you preferred the original version.
Yes, I can repeat. Active is good, then delete key significant and keep the original wording. Then it's okay to add for the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the equitable sharing of benefits derived from its use, but delete advancing the fair and mutually beneficial protection and promotion of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. Instead, keep the original text. And then we had this addition after the framework as appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think now it reflects correct on the screen what you propose. I have Argentina or Finland first. Does it reflect correctly what you proposed?
No.
Key should stay. They have deleted they have kept significant. Key should stay.
Yes, sorry, Chair, I made a mistake. Key should stay. The first row. It was in the original text.
Thank you, Finland. Argentina, followed by the US. Argentina, have to.
In order to help the work of the translators, even though I do speak Spanish, I will do my statement in English. We preferred significant because our treaty recently is working with the national biodiversity strategies, with our national plans, so it's a significant instrument, but it's not the key one. And a huge part of the effort on the protection and promotion of the genetic plant resources is made in combination and in coordination with our countries. So that's why the introduction, and we cannot accept the proposal made by Finland for the European group, in the name of the European group, on behalf, sorry. Regarding the second modification, our delegation cannot support the mention of the CSG. It's publicly our position regarding that there are not international binding or legally binding instruments. There are guidelines that each country, according to the national development strategies, will implement. So we are not flexible on that point. And if we want to keep the Kunming-Montreal reference, we would like the full reference, the Convention of Biological Diversity, and its Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework. That is because it's not an instrument per itself, it belongs to a forum. And once again, the mandate is not only for agriculture and nutrition, and it's for here. Besides that, the addition and its fair use is not the multilateral agreed language on the treaty, so we cannot support it either. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I have the United States.
Thank you, Chair. This is in reference to the edits around specific reference to the Sustainable Development Goals and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We support Argentina in that we can't make specific reference to the Sustainable Development Goals. However, we have an alternative text to propose, which would be after, I think this would start after sustainable use of PGRFA, then it would be contributing to the implementation of, and you could then say, well, we could say the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework of the Convention on Biological Diversity if we keep the as appropriate at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I have Germany. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. We just would like to keep the international in the second line, because the treaty is an international instrument.
Colombia, you have the floor.
For Colombia, it's also important to keep international instrument there. Thank you.
Thank you. Colombia, Finland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Third row, conservation and sustainable use. And I think we still prefer to keep the reference to SDGs.
I have Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Switzerland would also prefer to keep key. We're also saying a key and not the key in international instrument. International is positive to keep. Regarding the next edition, the intention was to replace the protection and promotion of PGRFA by the actual objectives of the treaty. So maybe in reaction to Argentina's comment, this could be reworded by saying for the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of their use. So that we list the actual language and mention all three objectives. I think that was the intention of that insertion. Finally, the Argentinian edit on adding these CBD for me sounds okay. I have a general question on how we handle SDGs. These come in a number of resolutions. A bit of a question how we handle it. Do we try to solve it here and use it elsewhere? Or do we have more discussions and put this in brackets until we find a good way forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Switzerland, Norway.
Thank you, Co-Chair. So Norway supports the statement made by Finland on behalf of the European Regional Group and also interventions by other colleagues to keep active and also to keep key, because this is a key international instruments related to namely the objectives of the treaties. I don't think there are many other instruments that can beat us as being a key instrument when it comes to conservation, sustainable use, and the equitable sharing of benefits arising from the use when it comes to PGRFA. So Norway could also accept US proposal to say contribute to the implementation instead of required for the fulfillment. And Norway also would like to keep the reference to the SDGs. And I think we fully understand the question raised by Switzerland on how to deal with this, because it seems to be a reoccurring issue for many resolutions. So hopefully we can have a coherent approach for all decisions being made at this session of the GB. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have the Republic of Korea.
Yes, I think, Mr. Chair, Korea also supports the use of the key. Here, international treaty deserves the key instrument for conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA. And also, Korea supports the adding of the for the contribution part made by United States. However, after the CBD Kunming Montreal Global Framework, not all of or every part of CBD Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is related to the protection of PGRFA. So Korea would like to suggest to add after the Global Biodiversity Framework, where applicable and as appropriate, suggested by the United States here. So supports the addition of as appropriate, where applicable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, South Korea of Chile.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to support maintaining the word key, given that the international treaty is the only specialized instrument when it comes to genetic resources, phytogenetic resources for agriculture and food. Thank you very much.
Thank you much for that. I don't have any further requests for the floor. So let's try to... Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We also would like to support the wording key before the international instrument, because the treaty, we believe that treaty that provides the only legally binding framework for food security and sustainable agriculture. And now that we included the reference to the PGRFA in the para, we should stick to the wording key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Turkey. And I've Norway again. Norway, you have to go.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it was an intervention to replace a in front of key with the key. So I think it was just missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So let's try to clean up the text. I'm going to talk to the SDG reference in a while, so I'm not trying to clean it up just now. So I think having heard everybody, indeed, I think the treaty is the key instrument with regard to the PGRFA. I'd like to see whether Argentina, in a good spirit of compromise, could live with the word, with the term "the key international instrument" and delete a significant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we put as a key, we can accept it. In the spirit of the compromise.
I look at the proponents of whether we can live with a key instrument. Indeed, there is the other one, that's the CBD, and we're referring to that. I think that's a fair statement. So I will propose as a key, international instrument for the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits derived from its use, contributing to the implementation of the CBD Kunming-Montreal biodiversity framework. Thanks for making it bigger, because I can hardly read it. As applicable and appropriate, where applicable and as appropriate, please. I think that was the proposal. And as appropriate. Where applicable and as appropriate, please include. And to build awareness of the rest is unchanged. I hope you feel happy with that. Now, with regard to this, so we take that you feel happy with that, apart from the reference to the SDGs. With regard to this item, indeed, it will occur in different places, and I would like to set up a small group for that who can deal with that and come up with a proposal. This will be EU, US, Argentina, and Norway. I will propose for this group to come up early afternoon with a proposal on language that we could use going forward. Thank you. I see no opposition to that. So we continue with paragraph 8. Maybe Secretary, could you clean up the text, please? So we have to keep it this way because it needs to go to translation, and that's easier for them to translate. Good. Para 8, we didn't have any comments. Para 9, we didn't have any comments. Para 10. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Regional Group. The first row, a deletion of synergies is good, and an addition of cooperation complementarities. Then the meaning of the paragraph has changed as we see it, and originally I think it was cooperation between different instruments, and now it's about projects. But anyway, we prefer to keep the original text instead of the proposed one, except those new deletions and additions at the beginning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Finland, I have Switzerland.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies, I was a bit slow on 7. Just to confirm, it looks like we have agreed to delete SDGs. I don't think we have, so I would like that it's in brackets and that deletion is removed, that we're still discussing that reference.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Switzerland. Back to paragraph 10. I have Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proposals in this paragraph were made by Brazil, so we would like to keep them and to explain them. We understand that they might have changed the meaning of the paragraph, but the intention behind it, the rationale, is because the benefit sharing fund, it has a different nature. Its purpose is to address a mandatory obligation of sharing benefits, while the other funds that are mentioned there are funds which have voluntary nature. So we were concerned of putting all of them in the same paragraph, and this is why we proposed to put the projects there. And we were also concerned that we would make the synergies, instead of that cooperation and complementarity, in the channel of capitalization. So we would like to, we think it's very good to have this cooperation and complementarity, but in the implementation at the end, not at the other end. So this is the purpose of those changes proposed, and we would like to put that for the consideration of our distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I have Norway.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks also to Brazil for clarifying their proposal, which we think it's understandable where it comes from, but I think it's still difficult to keep it in the way it is here in this paragraph. So this paragraph relates to what FAO should do and what we are encouraging FAO to do, and they are not part of managing the benefit sharing fund. That is the treaty doing, and we have given it to the funding committee to be in charge of it. So that is one part is difficult in saying that there should be cooperation between the projects supported by the benefit sharing fund, because FAO is just indirectly as hosting the treaty. And I think the purpose of this paragraph was to show that the benefit sharing fund supports many projects that could benefit those actors and stakeholders and contracting parties involved in projects in the benefit sharing fund could be liable to other funding mechanisms, which much more money than we have in the benefit sharing fund. And regardless of how well we manage the enhancement process of the MLS, I think it will be very difficult for the benefit sharing fund anyway to compete with the size of the global environment facilities, small grant projects and green climate fund, and also I think it could be good to mention the global biodiversity framework fund there. So we will not manage to be at the same size. So here it is creating synergies. So those who have experience from the benefit sharing fund, FAO could help them to maybe also tap into other funding mechanisms. That is my understanding of the original paragraph, and that's why Norway aligned itself with Finland, the statement made on behalf of the European Regional Group.
Thank you. Norway, Costa Rica.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I pressed the button by mistake.
Thank you. Cameroon, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. We look at what FAO does, and everything that is quoted there is not directly linked to the work of FAO. So we would have preferred the first proposal, because this addition complicates the sentence a lot. When we talk of pursuing cooperation and complementarities, I don't know what it is for FAO. And between projects supported by still, it's not FAO to carry on this. So I would prefer the first part as it was, that is synergies between all those funds. That they can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just maybe a thought from here. I think we have a funding strategy that calls for a programmatic approach and for using synergies between the different international instruments. And I think this paragraph tries to reflect that. And you try to look for synergies on the level of the instruments and not on the level of projects necessarily. As a first part, so in trying to clean up that text and with that explanation, I wonder whether Brazil would be in agreement that we try to address the instruments itself here, because we ask FAO and not those who implement the project. Sometimes FAO is not even involved in those project, so that would be difficult for FAO to seek synergies that includes cooperation and so on in these projects. Brazil, you have to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the explanation. I'll consult back with my capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Can I take it that you would be in agreement with synergies instead of cooperation, and you want to consult on this as well? So we keep the paragraph pending as it is, with synergies as an alternative to cooperation and complementarity. So we need to undelete synergies but keep it in brackets. The project supported by we keep that in brackets. We need to keep those by in brackets as well for the time being. Then such as including I didn't hear anything, so I take it that such as is agreed. then the and, the bracket, the deletion of and is okay, and the other one is also okay. And I didn't hear a call, a opposition against the referring to the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, so you can lift the brackets there. Yeah, lift the brackets. And with that, we post that paragraph and wait to hear back from Brazil. Thank you. We will move forward. Paragraph 11. There were no suggestions, neither on paragraph 12, sorry. So with that, we will wait to hear back from Brazil as soon as they were able to consult capital. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for that. So we come to item 16.1. You have in front of you the document 16.1A/L1. It's a draft resolution in cooperation with the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Just waiting until we see it on the screen. There we go. We don't have any comments in the preamble paragraph. Go to paragraph 1. I take it you agree with the and instead of an or. Thank you very much. We go to paragraph 2. I take it that you agree with the change there, decides instead of agrees. Thank you. Paragraph 3, no comments received. Paragraph 4, no comments received. Paragraph 5, the chapeau text. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to confirm, could I make a comment on the paragraph 5, number 4? Just chapeau.
It's only the chapeau for the moment.
Thanks so much.
So you agree with to include and avoid duplication. Thank you. Little Roman 1 we don't have. Little Roman 2 we don't have any comments. Little Roman 3 we don't have any comments. Little Roman 4. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan would like to insert after the last part of the sentence, respecting contracting parties' sovereignty for creating national law, reaffirming that, after the number 4, respecting contracting parties' sovereignty for creating national law, comma, reaffirming that the international treaty reaffirming that the international treaty shall not be interpreted as implying in any way a change in the rights and obligations of the contracting parties under other international agreements as stated in the preamble of the treaty. That it, as Japan submitted as a written statement, we believe that any collaboration between Secretariat with the Secretary of the Commission must respect existing rights, like the international property rights and the relevant international agreements, and the sovereignty of each nation for creating its own national law. So in this regard, Japan requests to add reference to the preamble of the treaty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. I have Canada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I missed, did we adopt the insertion and avoid duplication? Was that respected or not? Or where are we? Yes. So we go now through all subparagraphs at once. We jump there or one by one?
We already did the subparagraphs Roman little 1 to Roman little 3. We are now at Roman little 4. We did
Thank
one
you.
after one.
Sorry for being late. I will come in when I need to then. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, you have to.
Thank you, Chair. I think we are here now. This list of activities is activities, if I don't recall wrongly, activities agreed by the FAO's Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, what they are going to do. And these activities are highlighted here in the resolution of the treaty just because they are relevant for the treaty secretariat when they collaborate with the Commission. These are identified activities where they should liaise with their colleagues in the Secretariat of the Commission. Therefore, Norway would not support in changing that because these are already agreed activities formulated precisely the same way in decision made by the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you, Norway. She said what I wanted to say, basically. And I just wanted to recall that small Roman 4, without the addition, is agreed language in the last report, in the last governing body, so Resolution 11, 2023.
Thank you very much, Switzerland. Looking at the paragraph, indeed, I think that's a paragraph that concerns collaboration between secretariats. Secretariats are instructed by a governing bodies, be it the Commission, be it FAO conference, be it the governing body, to undertake certain tasks and to collaborate with other secretariats as appropriate or even as instructed. So I actually have also, I don't think this is necessary here to refer to the preamble, because we're not talking about instruments and the relation between international instruments, but we talk about a collaboration. And so, in addition, Little Roman a 4, as Switzerland pointed out, is agreed language. So I would like to come back to Japan and see whether they can agree without these suggestions they made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me floor again. And I'll consult back with the capital, so could you please give me time a bit more? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Certainly, I can do that. Just one point, this is also a text that is mirrored by text that was approved already by the Commission. But please consult Capital and come back. We park this for the time being. Subparagraph 5. Subparagraph Little Roman 6. I don't see any requests for the floor, meaning you agree with assessing and delete measuring and monitoring. So we can lift the brackets there. Little Roman 7. I think the proposed language there in brackets, Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regard to Little Roman 6, the issue of monetary and non-monetary benefits is extremely important. Therefore, it's important in the Commission as well as in the treaty. And so in that sense, a specific mandate on what we expect is better in our view, and this would also assist both secretariats in their work, particularly when it comes to avoiding duplication of efforts. We believe that the 3 words all need to be included.
Measuring and monitoring en orden de dar.
And that will be more precise when it comes to the work of the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. So we are back per Little Roman 6. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. A minor comment on paragraph 7.
Canada.
Okay. 6.
So we go back to paragraph 6,
okay.
Otherwise I get confused. So the text would read, assembling relevant information for assessing, measuring and monitoring monetary and non-monetary benefit sharing.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. Am I still on?
Is this a comment to 6?
Yes.
Please.
This actually the intention was, the suggestion was made by us to replace monitoring and measuring by assessing, because we feel measuring and in particular monitoring becomes very, very big there. So if we maybe can drop the word monitoring, then we say measuring and assessing. That would be agreeable, but the word monitoring, monitoring gets a little bit too, it's too much that is requested here. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. So the proposal would be assessing and measuring and dropping monitoring because of the burden that this can imply. I look at Argentina. Would you be able to go along with that?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Well, this is a very delicate issue and is linked to other important decisions that we will have to take in the future, and to avoid overlap in efforts. And we would prefer to focus the efforts as well on monitoring. It's a useful tool in order to request other financing, as we have seen in the previous resolution regarding other potential sources of financing for the activities both of the Commission as well as the treaty. So we would prefer to keep monitoring. Thank you very much.
Canada, you've heard Argentina. Can you live with monitoring included?
I would prefer to consult with capital, but I think it's probably okay. For me, monitoring is a very active process. It requires also intervention there. That is the intent. That we want clear information, that's okay. This is the rationale behind this. But therefore, the preference would be to keep it, to drop the word monitoring there. But I don't want to hold this up, so maybe we can let it go here.
Thank you very much for your flexibility, Canada. In any case, it is the monitoring is taken care of also within their respective mandates and existing framework. So there's no new monitoring framework expected. Thank you for your flexibility, very much appreciated. So the text would read assessing, measuring and monitoring. Thank you. We've now at paragraph Roman 7. So I take it you are comfortable. I see Canada. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kota. We had a minor insertion there where we say through a virtual and open-ended. But I don't know whether we can interfere with planning there. But that would be our preference given travel restrictions we face. It's in the second line there, including, based on the availability of additional resources, through a virtual and open-ended, so that it would be a virtual event.
Thank you very much for this. In my understanding, I think it's the Commission organizing that workshop. And I'm not sure whether we can tell the Commission how they want to organize the workshop. I see the Commission. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, the Commission requested that the workshop be held in hybrid modality, which would mean that the meeting takes place physically as well as online, which I would assume addresses Canada's concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for this clarification. I have Brazil. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A clarification as well about what would mean additional resources and if those resources would come from the treaty or from the Commission, and if they would come from the Commission, if we can put this condition in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I think there's the idea is that would be co-financed through the Secretariat, our Secretariat. So, and that's depend on the subject to the availability of resources. Thank you. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you. And what does additional mean on this context?
I hand over the floor to the Secretary to explain the funds. Before I do that, I just would like to say to a Canada, we can include hybrid workshop. So we will include the word hybrid as it will be a hybrid workshop in there. Thank you. Kent, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Though I didn't, I was not aware who made the insertion, but additionally in this case is that considering that the Commission had already requested its Secretariat to organize this work subject to availability of resources, so any resources that will come through us will be additional to that, to ensure that we're also actively contributing, not just with our time, but if we can also facilitate additional resources to make it broader participation from our constituencies. I think that would be the idea under this one. Yeah.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for the explanation. If I'm not mistaken, this is the only activity that is there that it's now subject to the availability of resources, and we understand that this would be very important, very critical, and we would like to suggest removing this condition to the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I think that this is very well understood, but this is still extra budgetary resources. It's not in the core administrative budget of the Secretariat, so we need to, in a way, make it subject to the availability of resources, because if you don't have any, we can't co-finance. So would you be a more comfortable if we use the normal phrase subject to the availability of resources, and then the budget committee in any case will have to look at how they put the budget together?
Are the other activities on the same conditions, under the same conditions, subject to the availability of extra core budget? So I don't see the point of having only this one specified that they are subject to availability of the resource.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the suggestion is to delete that reference. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. As we came to this, and it was also in the documents prepared, that we strive towards a zero nominal growth budget. And that refers to the core administrative budget, which can only be implemented based on the voluntary payments expected from countries, which are also not all made. That is the reason why I think it's a good idea to put that in. Otherwise, we will have difficulties in meeting that objective. So we have to be careful with what we commit to using the core administrative budget. So our preference is clearly to keep that here, to ensure that this can also happen.
Thank you. Canada, I have Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. We support the proposition of Brazil because all the activities proposed here are important, are based on the availability of resources, not only this activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morocco. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. In order for us to move on, maybe a solution would be to make this observation, that might not be exactly an observation, to the chapeau, transfer it to the chapeau, the subject to the availability of resources. So it is clear that it refers to all the sub-paras. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil, for that suggestion. I think just to make you aware that here it's about the organization of a workshop which has normally more budgetary implications than other activities actually belong to their job description, so to say. And so I would not advise putting the reference subject to availability of resources upfront in the chapeau, because here you talk about co-financing, if possible, of a workshop, which makes that difference. But of course, I am in your hands where you want to have your agreement landing. But there is a difference between those activities that the Secretariat undertake anyway. Here is something additional. You invite people, even if it's a hybrid, and it's really about this particular workshop. I see Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And this is to share that we agree to your kind of reflections of the different categories of activities, to what degree the Secretariat is doing something and that is covered already by their salary, in a way. And I think the symposium, which is mentioned in Roman point 3, is often online, meaning less resources, while this one is demanding more resources. And since more resources would be needed in order to conduct such a workshop, I think it may be useful as well to have it in the resolution when you will like to do fundraising activities, to show that it's a governing body decision, that this is an activity we would like to happen and additional funding is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I leave you think a little bit about that. I go to need and expectations. Seems to be people feel to be comfortable with that. DSI, GSD, that's standard language, so we would include that there. I'll come back to 7 once you were able to think through how you want to deal with that, a subject to the availability of resources in Little Roman 7. Move on to Little Roman 8. I don't see any comments. Little Roman 9. I don't see any comments, so I take it you agree with the changes proposed. You can take off the brackets in Little Roman. Little Roman 10, there weren't any. Paragraph 6. None. So my question in regard to a Little Roman 7 is, would you feel comfortable with the explanation? Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief question regarding the precedent paragraph. Because you were so fast, I'm not sure expected. And expectations, we would like to delete that expression. But we weren't very sure how that ended at the end. And of course, keep GSD on the last part of the paragraph, since it's the multilateral, well, it's the agreed language on the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. So I'll be back in paragraph 7, which Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. The preference would actually be to delete also need and only talk about expectations. But we thought this leaves at least room for us to interpret this in a way that the expectations for monetary benefit share, or when it comes to the monetary benefit sharing on DSI, that there are expectations. There is no need is close to obligation. That is the issue here, why we have that made that intervention. And we hope here, as well as in the EMLS negotiations, that this fine line we have to walk would be respected, and I think it leaves room for interpretation both ways. So therefore, we would prefer to keep it here.
Thank you. Canada, Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We would also prefer to delete the words and expectations. And maybe a compromise would be to delete the need and leave it to the discussions for this this group to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil, just a quick question. Which group did you refer to?
Sorry, the workshop. The group that will be discussing during the workshop.
Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We support Argentina and Brazil's position. What is clear is that we are here speaking about a workshop where clearly that we need to build capacity. We don't know if this workshop will fulfill the expectations. This would be to be betting on the results of this activity. But what's clear is the need, and therefore we ask that the word need be kept and remove the word expectations.
Norway.
Thank you, Chair. So Norway could support, how I understood the Brazilian proposal, to delete both need and expectations. So this will be a workshop for research and development in the food and agriculture sector, capacity building, and the fair and equitable sharing, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Hey, look in the room, how do you feel with that new proposal? Canada, you have the floor.
That's acceptable to us. Thank you.
That would be acceptable to Canada. So thank you very much appreciated. That would be the new language. Now I come back to the question of a subject to the availability of additional resources, whether that, with the explanation provided, whether that would be acceptable to have it in there instead of in the chapeau. Brazil, you have the floor.
Sorry. Thank you, Belle. Norway supported me, but I propose deleting the need, and that would be a compromise for deleting the subject to the availability of resources, because this is the only paragraph where we have this, and this weakens the purpose of the paragraph. It seems like there is a priority of activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. So I understand if we delete the subject to you would be a willing or able to to live with the deletion of the need and expectations, as proposed by Norway. Thank you.
No.
Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Exactly, if we keep based on the availability of additional resources, means that there is priority between activities, and this one is the only one subjected to additional availability of additional resources. We join our voice to Brazil voice. We should delete this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. I think I was unclear here. Do we delete that reference and delete the need and expectations as well? So we have two deletions. That would be the compromise. You can delete subject to. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. No, what I was saying is that we have shown our willingness to move forward and to compromise. So we expect other parties to do so. And I was pointing that out. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think we want to move forward. I have Norway and Canada. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, yeah, we all like to be constructive, but I think it's like different to kind of compromise between not issues related to each other. So it's good that others are considering to delete the need and expectations, because we are highlighting the purpose of the workshop is to look into capacity building, and obviously it will relate both to the need and expectations, but also it could also relate about the different opportunities that already exist in capacity building, the program in different places where you have that option. So by keeping need and expectations, you are limiting the focus on regarding capacity building, which I believe is a very important topic. And then to the issue of additional resources, I understand that it is a kind of understanding that then you put less priority to this activity. And my understanding is more that you actually highlight this activity more, really searching for funding for this. And I think it could be useful in resource mobilization efforts that you're actually highlighting this is an activity the international treaty wants to happen, but it needs funding. So please, donors, support this activity. And given the character of the other activities, they are related to already just like human resource within the secretariats. I would hope that we could keep, depending on availability of funding, and I think we will need to have severe discussions on resource mobilization and funding when we come to the budget as well. But just to say now, it is really a concern with the financial situation of the treaty, and also the lack of contributions by many contracting parties, just even to the core budget. And now we are talking about something outside the core budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. We are fully aligned with the statement made by Norway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Canada. I look at Brazil with the explanation of Norway, whether they could agree to that. I see shaking. So what I suggest is that Norway, Brazil, and Canada get together and try to find a compromise language for this paragraph, and you be back as soon as you can before the end of this session. And we have pending still a Little Roman 4 where Japan has to consult with capital. So with Switzerland, you have the floor.
Yeah, it was just an attempt on 7 to see whether a formulation like
Switzerland, can you join the little group and try to find compromise? Thank you very much. So the group would be Switzerland, Norway, Canada, and Brazil. And if Morocco wants to join that group, you're of course very welcome. So we move on to 16.2. You have in front of you 16.2/L1. Policy guidance to the Global Crop Diversity Trust. I give a little bit of time to the Secretary to pull up that document. Excellent. The document is ready. Thank you very much. So this is a draft resolution, policy guidance to the Global Crop Diversity Trust. I start in the preamble. We have in the last preamble paragraph some comments, some suggestions. I don't see any requests for the floor, so I take it that you're in agreement with the changes proposed. It would read ex situ collections and in situ PGRFA. Thank you very much. We go to paragraph 1, no comments. Paragraph 2, no comments. Paragraph 3, that's the addition of the current endowment value by 31st December 2024. Looks unproblematic to me. No comments, so we will accept that insertion. We move on to paragraph 4, no comments. Paragraph 5, no comments. 6, same thing. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, same thing. 12, 13, paragraph 14. No requests for the floor, so I take it you accept the inclusion and to include FAO views under such collaboration, to wide application and streamline efforts. Thank you. So you can lift the brackets. Paragraph 15, no comments. Paragraph 16, no comments. Paragraph 17, 18, paragraph 19, I have no comments, so I take it you agree with the change proposed, the deletion of that reference. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little lost now in the paragraph. Was that the former 15 and now it's 18? There is, but I don't know what paragraph we're on, to be honest. You're talking and the text is somewhere else. I do apologize.
You're right, Argentina. I'm sorry, there is a technical problem now. I think we are on paragraph 19, where you see the 15 deleted. And there's the proposal to delete the reference to the AXU. Thank you.
In this case, we would like to keep the reference in order to capacity building that's been talking on the previous resolution, and also to work in a collaborative way between a permanent group or from our treaty with Crop Trust in this particular matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Argentina. I have Sweden. Sweden, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We deleted this because we thought that it was too early to refer to a group that has not been decided yet that it will have an intersessional work, or the terms of reference for that group. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Sweden. We just came from the group and we are reviewing this, so we would prefer to maintain it as is.
Thank you very much. Uruguay, I think the best thing to do is just to keep that reference in brackets for the time being. So it's a reminder to us to come back and see whether that group was established. We might keep it in. So we just keep undo the deletion but keep the brackets. Thank you very much. Para 20 and para 21. So excellent, thank you very much. We cleaned that, a draft resolution with the caveat on the reference to the AXU group, but the rest is agreed and approved. Thank you very much for that. So let me now turn to item 11. You have in front of you a CRP 1. Excellent. So you have in front of you a item 11/CRP1, draft resolution, implementation of the global information system. Preamble para 1 has no comments. Para 2, preamble paragraph 2. At the end, a reference to 13.2. Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. We would prefer to keep the original language, the reference specifically to paragraph 13.2a, because this regards the exchange of information, and we are talking about the information system here. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. The reason why we had said A be deleted is that we found the whole of that article relevant to what we were discussing here, and therefore there was no need of specifically referring it to A, Article 13.2A. So we could appeal to Germany to allow us have it as 13.2. Thank you.
Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We prefer the reference to 13.2.2. That is because even the less 13.2.a specifically talks about exchange of information, is on the framework of the full article and as part of a system. That's why the full reference, in order to represent the meaning and keep the spirit should be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. I look at Germany, whether they can live with the reference to 13.2 instead of 13.2a. Just to make you aware, it is in particular, so it is just one of others. Thank you. Germany.
Yeah, thank you. We can also keep 13.2 as general.
Thank you very much for your flexibility. So we will refer to 13.2 and delete the reference to 13.2a. Paragraph 1, no comments. Paragraph 2, no comments received. Paragraph 3, no comments received. Paragraph 4. I don't see any requests for the floor, so I take it that you agree with the proposed changes, meaning we include standardized, we delete a booklet for Live in Peace, and include lists of existing for many crops. Thank you very much. We move on to paragraph 5. We have Uruguay.
Thank you, Chair. My region had suggested the word welcomes, but we understand that welcomes may have a meaning that is no longer relevant, so I think that encourages is the more appropriate term. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay. I have Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We prefer to keep encourages and requests. And at the end of the paragraph, the word synergies, once again, we prefer cooperation and collaboration, since all these institutions have their own mandates, and so we prefer collaboration in order to keep those mandates and work in a complementary way. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Just making sure that this is correctly reflected. Argentina, can you just check whether that's now correct? Instead of synergies, collaboration and coordination. Thank you very much. Argentina, I made a little change because we have at the beginning collaboration, so I think that, down there just coordination. Thank you. CG, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Two very small points. We were a little confused in the reference to us, and I think it's partly because on PGRFA documentation refers to all of the collaboration, in which case perhaps that could be moved to the beginning of the paragraph. So welcomes, encourages collaboration on PGRFA documentation with the, and then when you get finally to CGIR at the end of that paragraph, maybe we just have CGIR gene banks. The CGIR gene bank initiative no longer exists. Yeah. On.
Thank you very much. I don't have any Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah, just want to support the suggested edit by CG.
Thank you very much, Germany. So I don't have any further requests for the floor. Let's try to clean the text. So encourages collaboration on PGRFA documentation. Accepted those changes. And then the initiative on PGRFA documentation is deleted. And here we have requests. We would delete synergies and keep coordination. Thank you very much. I ask the Secretariat to adapt the text. Thank you. We move on to paragraph 6. Kingdom of the Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The addition of in germplasm banks, assuming that this refers to gene banks ex situ, is not appropriate here because the DOIs are also promoted in other means in situ and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. I don't have a Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support the proposition of Netherlands.
Thank you, Italy, for that support. I don't see any other requests for the floor, so we would delete in germplasm banks. Thank you. We move on to the new paragraph 6b. I don't see any requests for the floor. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. The addition on genetic material banks was something that we had requested as a region, and the issue, as we know, is something that is being done by the DOIs in situ. But with the phrase subject to available resources, we believe that in our region we should give this priority, as we have had some challenges here, and we would be therefore prioritizing the gene banks, and some of them in our region have not yet been able to have DOIs in the banks.
Sorry, I was confused. You went back to 6. So what we could do is we could include there in particular gene banks. If you need to see that reference, I look at the Netherlands, whether they would agree with that. Netherlands, you have to.
Thank you. I think that would be acceptable.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uruguay, we would put in particular gene banks. So back to 6Bs. I have Canada.
Mr. Kocha, this is also on number 6, and I see a comment made by the North America region there was also not taken note of, and it goes back to text we have used before. We have always said that the use of the DOIs is voluntary, and that other persistent unique identifiers can have the same function. So we had actually raised that there and had said it should say here, take notes of the progress made in the promotion of use of persistent unique identifiers, which including digital object identifiers. Other persistent unique identifiers that are used, in particular also by the gene banks in North America, are well established, have been used for more than 100 years, and we see they fulfill the function we would request here. While the use of the digital object identifiers for gene bank accessions is on a voluntary base. So we had, I don't know, this is not at all reflected in this text here.
Thank you very much. Canada, just a quick reply. I think with takes note of the progress made, that is what was actually reported in the report, and I think that was only on DOIs and not on the others.
Okay. Thank you.
Canada, you have the floor. Okay, thank you very much, Canada, for that. So the text as is, as it stands, would be going forward.
But then we have
Canada, you have the floor.
Okay. Sorry. We had made a suggestion to add after 6 then a paragraph there that says requests the Secretariat to report on the impact of assigning DOIs to in situ and ex situ management of PGRFA. Or did you put that on a later spot there?
That's 6Bs. So if you all agree, we now move to 6Bs.
Sorry, thank you.
I have Germany. Germany, you have the floor on 6.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to suggest to insert this particular in germplasm banks in the third row, because the first one just takes note of the progress made in the promotion of use of digital object identifiers in general, which might relate to ex situ, in situ. And then, and as there was flagged the concern that some gene banks still are not able and don't have them, to insert that in the third line to say to continue to promote their use on a voluntary basis, in particular in germplasm banks or gene banks, to accommodate the concern that was voiced earlier.
Thank you very much, Germany. This does make sense to me. I look at Uruguay, if that's what they wanted to have, they say yes, so thank you very much. With that, I hope all the other requests for the floor are for 6Bs. So thank you for 6. We go to 6Bs, and we have Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intervention was regarding paragraph 6, but after the work that precedes me from the other delegations, where we can accept the paragraph. But I cannot turn off the microphone once I request the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. That privilege I have. I can turn my microphone off and on as I wish. Excellent. Thank you, Argentina, for your agreement to 6. So I do have now 6Bs. Now we're really going to 6Bs. BIS. I have Papua New Guinea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I find that on one hand, this paragraph is now very specific on a lot of very technical areas in doing an analysis on the DOIs, but it starts with request the Secretary to report on the impact. And impact, to me, sounds like, I don't know, then it has impact on what? And that one, I think, does not come out clearly. I was not here when that intervention was made, so I do not quite see on what impact we are trying here to understand.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. And what would be your suggestion we do with that? Delete the paragraph or delete impact? While you reflect on that, I can, or we can also clarify the paragraph, if that helps you. Canada, I think you proposed that paragraph. Maybe a explanation from your side would help. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. Yes, this was indeed a suggestion or a request made by the North America region. And we have the report of the operation and functioning of the multilateral system, and there you make a lot of reference to the DOIs. The use of the DOIs is very confusing because you assign it it's not only assigned to gene bank accessions, you assign them to ex situ material, and there are you assign it to other things, even in the context of the GLIS. So to really understand what's ongoing, and we cannot even assume that all material in the multilateral system has DOIs. The big gene bank holdings in North America and Canada don't have DOIs, so they are not respected in such summarizing numbers, while we still use the SMTA. So a report must really be precise. This is the only request. It's a request to be precise in future reporting so that it's more transparent. We hear a lot requests for transparency. To understand it better in future reporting, we would like to see in these reports on the operation of the multilateral system that these issues are really specified. This is the rationale behind this request, so that we have more transparency about the DOIs, and with impact we mean how useful, or did they have any use? That's an important question for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada, for this explanation. I have Argentina, then followed by Papua New Guinea. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding this paragraph, we thanks for the proposals to the explanations. Still, we think it's very technical. It gets in too much detail. And we have paragraph 6 that already prescribes some duties to the Secretariat regarding this matter. DOIs are voluntary, so you see this level of prescription is not going to be useful at this point, and it's going to overcharge the Secretariat with more duties, and we've already been talking about those difficulties. Nevertheless, we do share with the Canadian delegation the problems and the difficulties that we have on reporting the operation of the SML, the multilateral system. And we already mentioned that on that point of the agenda. So maybe it's much better to put all these concerns on that document that refers specifically to the reporting operations of the multilateral system. And in this regard as well, the multilateral system considers only ex situ materials, and we have a lot of in situ references. So in order to keep going with the time that we have, we prefer to keep this inquietude that is also shared by my delegation to put it in the document regarding the reporting of the multilateral system, and delete here the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I have Papua New Guinea. You have the floor.
With that further explanation from Canada, I would, if this paragraph is to stay, I would then suggest to change impact to status, because we need to first understand the status in order then to make an assessment on impact, because impact relates to intended results and intended purpose of doing it. And my understanding is that we actually do not completely have a full picture of that. So if this is not now to say to delete or not, it could be simplified, but at the moment we have a suggestion also on the table to delete. But if it stays, I would then change impact to status.
Thank you very much, Papua New Guinea. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Canada, for the explanation. Uruguay shares this concern, and we would like to find a consensus, and maybe we could remove the first part, request the Secretariat to report on the impact. And the second request, I believe, is we all agree on. So I submit this to Canada.
Thank you, Uruguay. I have India.
In fact, under MLS, when we are talking of ex situ, so inclusion of in situ in this para and in the last or for the other objects, that is very subjective. So I think that should be well defined, and whether we need to have in situ, that needs to be, I think, thought of again. Thank you.
Thank you, India. I have Canada. Canada, have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. I think we agree with all interventions made, and the intent is to have transparency. But the preference is to keep this paragraph here, because this relates to the work of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the GLIS. They look into these technical details, and they will take this resolution also as a base or as a starting point. They may not look in the other place. And indeed, it is detailed, and I agree, impact is too early, so the status, just to have transparency and better understanding what is ongoing. That should be in the report, reported to the governing body, but also the Scientific Advisory Committee asked actually for a similar thing in the working group report. You can see that there. So therefore, I think here's the appropriate place, and the intent is just to better understand how these are used and what the status is. We can agree with that.
I have Italy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Italy, we can accept the substitution from impact to status. And also, I can make a suggestion to simplify this para, and perhaps we can delete from of assigning DOIs in situ to ex situ management of PGRFA and request that future reporting by Secretariat, and make an only para shorter. I don't know if I was clear. So from off assigning, delete from off assigning to Secretariat. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
While you reflect on that proposal, can I have a CG asked for the floor? Maybe they can enlighten us with the information. CG, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to comment on the phrase for material under development from Article 15 gene banks. First question, I'm not sure why we're focusing just on Article 15 gene banks. And the second question has to do with the improved material. If I recall correctly, in the past, this body was interested in the fact that not only were the gene banks assigning DOIs, but maybe also breeding programs. In which case, if that's the case, and that's what you're after here, the reference to Article 15 gene banks isn't very useful. So maybe instead, we could replace that phrase with improved materials from breeding programs, and delete the reference to Article 15 gene banks.
Thank you, CG. I have Canada. Canada, have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, we notice with surprise that the text suggestion by CGIAR is taken up right away. And secondly, we acknowledge that this is technical and asking for some detail. But we find this is very well justified to point at some of these issues. Very difficult to understand. We know the CGIAR centers use the DOIs. They distribute a lot of material. A lot of that is material under development. This is a term we use. So we want to be precise here. And it's not only material from breeding programs or improved that then you can say it's only finalized material. I think it's very important to understand the material under development. We have an understanding what that is. It should be very, very very clear what the DOIs, which material they are assigned to. I understand also that there are maybe some sensitivities that we put this in situ and ex situ, but it is in fact the case that ex situ material or even in situ material that has DOIs assigned to it. These are not accessions that are available for distribution. They are different from the material in the ex situ gene banks, which are under the control of the contracting parties, which relates to the MLS. We really need to understand this better, and the reporting so far is not precise enough or to really create transparency. And then there are problems with the concept of the DOIs. It is something the Scientific Advisory Committee needs to look at, and maybe all of the governing body, although maybe it is a technical scientific request, but I think it's nothing that in any way has, it's just asking for more transparency regarding the use and the functionality of the DOIs. This is the intent behind it. And then was provided some maybe too detailed question, but this is the intent.
Thank you, Canada. Now you see just we just put the text of the CG on there so that you see it. If nobody supports it, we're gonna delete it again. Thank you very much. Now with this further explanation of Canada, I submit to the room to see whether you feel comfortable enough with that request for more information and for rather precise information. I have the Netherlands. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Taken that you deleted the insertion proposed by the CG, I think that material under development is not restricted to Article 15 gene banks, so we can delete that part. No, only say for material under development and delete the part from Article 15 gene banks. Because I think the point is that we want to include all types of PGRFA. Possibly we could even say that without all that complicated formulation that we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. I have Uruguay.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. For materials in development or materials transferred, there's a conflict there to understand exactly what is meant.
Uruguay, do you have a suggestion to clarify? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. Maybe I can help to clarify. I agree that it's a little bit confusing when we say material under development from Article 15 gene banks, because that material under development comes out of their breeding programs. So that's maybe imprecise, but then we could say for material under development from breeding programs at Article 15 institutions or other providers or holders, I don't know, or other entities. Because it's particular mentioned the transfer of material from Article 15 institutions is specifically separated also in the report of the functioning of the multilateral system, but it's very unclear whether this is done. All this material has assigned DOIs. It's not mentioned, not clear. We don't understand it. There we need clarification. What is really ongoing there? Because that's huge, the exchange from, we know that, right, the proportion that comes from the Article 15 institutions. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Canada. You see now a text reflected. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After every single intervention, this paragraph becomes much more detailed in a matter that is on voluntary basis, is not prescriptive under our treaty, and we fully understand that this type of information could be extremely useful, especially on evaluating the multilateral system operations. Once again, we think this is not the place for this kind of detailed paragraph and in this resolution. We already have paragraph 6 that takes the subject, encourages to promote the DOIs, and especially on developing countries that they don't have the full capacity to do so. And we prefer to delete this paragraph from here and to put it in the MLS operations with all the detail that meritate is for that. And once again, the in situ reference is out of the scope of the multilateral system. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. India, you have the floor.
Co-Chair, India support the view of Argentina as this paragraph seems to be too complicated and not clear. And even in situ and for other objects, that is again an issue because that is out of the purview of MLS. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. India, the way I understood Argentina's proposal was actually not to delete the article, but to move it to the MLS. Is that correct? Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The paragraph was introduced because it's supposed to help us to understand a lot of operations under the multilateral system. If it is so, on the reporting of the multilateral system, we can treat it. I'm not saying just pass it, because a lot of things needs to be solved here. Now we have one new one, that is the materials that are coming from breeding programs, and then they are in intermediate phase on the multilateral system. And also, we still have the question about in situ materials. They're not under the multilateral system. So I think it merits a very good debate, but not in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I have the Netherlands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a general remark that the treaty, it applies to all plant genetic resources, food and agriculture. And the MLS applies to a certain set of PGRFA, but the treaty as a whole applies to all PGRFA. If you look, for instance, at Article 5, Article 5.1, it clearly states all kinds of provisions on in situ as well. So I think the argument of that in situ material doesn't fall under the MLS is not an argument to delete this paragraph here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Netherlands, indeed, I think we will park this article, this paragraph for the time being, with the remark that the point here does not refer to the MLS only, but to the GLEAS, and the GLEAS is beyond the MLS. So I would not recommend to you to move it to the MLS. In the MLS, the similar point can be made if you would like to be specific on what kind of information you need for the implementation of the MLS. But here I think we talk about a GLEAS, and that's in my assessment is something we can actually talk about if there is a need for further information under the GLEAS, which goes beyond the MLS, then we should try to do so. I see Germany and then followed by Argentina. Germany, you have the floor. Thank you.
I wanted to suggest the simplification of the paragraph and just make reference to the report of the last SAC-GLIS committee and say the requested secretary to report on the status of assigning DOIs as recommended by the SAC-GLIS. And then you can advise whether we refer to a document or as recommended in its last meeting in May 2025 or whatever. And then you could delete the details because they are specified in the report.
Thank you very much, Germany, for that. I take Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the colleagues that precede me for the explanations and the clarifications. Regarding the last suggestion of Germany, I think it's a good way to start moving forward, and I would like, on this sense, to request that maybe a solution could be at the end of the paragraph 6 to add and request the Secretariat to report accordingly, because we have done to the Secretariat all the, no, on paragraph 6, not 6 bis, at the end of the previous paragraph that is talking about this argument. The main introduction from this paragraph was that information was needed in order to assess the operations under the multilateral system for the distinguished delegation of Canada. That was why all that kind of detail was necessary on the first intervention. Because of that, we thought that all that kind of details and mentioning only ex situ, suppose it's a better place to treat it under the evaluation and monitoring and reporting of the SML, the multilateral system. Of course, the treaty applies to both ex situ and ex situ collections, but that is covered regarding the DOIs on the paragraph 6. So we think the deletion of the paragraph is much better, and we add at the end the reporting on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina, Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocha. It is already a fact that DOIs are assigned to a lot of material that is not in the MLS. So we are already outside of the MLS in the narrow sense. There's a relationship, and it may help. It's there we see there's a lot of reference in the MLS report to DOIs, but DOIs are more than the MLS. Therefore, it may in fact be better to put it here, but I agree with the simplification suggested by Germany that actually this is a recommendation that was made by the SAC-GLIS, and that also motivated us to come forward with this paragraph because we didn't see that reflected in the MLS report where it would belong in a way. So, but I think the simplification by Germany is appropriate, and I think also, as the Netherlands suggested, yeah, we have to be mindful that we in fact have more than MLS material that has already DOIs, so it should not be restricted to that, and maybe it's better. I also agree it's better to keep it here, but a very simplified version. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. Germany.
Yeah, adding and request the Secretary to report accordingly to paragraph 6 would intend that the Secretariat reports about how it promoted the use of DOIs, but not actually where the DOIs are assigned, so it would have a different meaning if we added it to paragraph 6. So I agree with Canada, it would be better to keep it separate here.
Thank you very much. So the last attempt from me how we can combine this. I would say in paragraph 6 we add and request the Secretariat to report on the status of assigned DSA as recommended by the SAC-GLIS. We put that up to paragraph 6. The rest of paragraph 6b would be deleted. I see nodding in the room. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your proposal. I think it's a good way forward. Only a minor edit. In the first part, we say we take note, and the second verb, we said we encourage the Secretary. So we can also say and encourage the Secretary to report accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if there is for your proposal, if there is an expectation that the Secretary should come forward with a report, then we should probably be specific and request the Secretariat to do so. And what I heard in the room, there is indeed a need for that kind of information. So that's why I would suggest we stick to the word a request and have that at the end of a paragraph 6, and the rest, as I said before, and the rest to be deleted of paragraph 6b. So we would have a little bit longer paragraph 6. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to note that as it is written now in paragraph 6, okay, that changed. The report was depending on the availability of resources. That was my interpretation of the text a second ago.
Thank you very much. Indeed, everything is dependent on the availability of resources. So please do not try to seek the perfect, take the good enough. I think that's good enough. So I would request whether we can now live with that new paragraph 6 and have paragraph 6b deleted. With that, I would move on to paragraph 7. United States, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For paragraph 7, we can accept the insertion, adding technology transfer and search for resources, but would have to, I think, make some edits. So we would request the Secretary to promote capacity development, including through technology transfer on voluntary and mutually agreed terms, and then it could go on. Including through technology transfer. So you could just take out the and then.
So what's the advice on the Friends of the Chair? Okay. I have Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Japan supports the United States on the adding voluntary and mutually agreed terms after technology transfer. And also, we would like to add after the financial resources from all sources, because the financial resources has to come from all the private and the public and the other resources too. Thank you.
Japan, could you repeat your suggestion?
So the technology transfer on voluntary and mutually agreed terms. And the search for financial resources from all sources. Yes.
United States.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just make sure my edit was captured correctly. After including, you need a through. This is because the technology transfer is part of capacity development, and then there would be a comma after the mutually agreed terms, because and the search for financial resources is a separate activity, and then we support the addition from Japan. Thank you.
Thank you. The U.S., Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. We don't understand the meaning of voluntary and mutually agreed terms, since we are requesting the Secretary to promote capacity development. I mean, between who are these terms going to be signed or agreed? We are not imposing anybody anything from the beginning. So I just don't understand the meaning of that addition.
Japan, would you like to explain?
Yes, thank you. So the voluntary and mutually agreed terms is for the technology transfer, not necessarily for the capacity development. because the technology transfer has to be agreed between the provider and the receiver. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan, Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to second the position of Uruguay, and this is not the agreed language of the treaty. So we would like to see it removed from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Brazil, Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya aligns itself to the position that has been taken by Uruguay and Brazil, because for the same reason, this is not the language of the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. So thank you very much. I think we run out of interpretation time. We will come back to this paragraph and to this document in the afternoon. So we pick up where we left. Paragraph 7 is still open, so we will try to seek consensus. Maybe you want to make use of the lunch break to further explain and try to seek a consensus on this question. This is always a question that is a little bit delicate. I turn to the Secretariat. Is there are there announcements? So thank you very much. We are back on 3 o'clock, and we'll continue with our work here. We will also hear a reporting back from the contact groups on farmers' rights and conservation and sustainable use this afternoon. You enjoy the lunch.
And so one more thing, the Budgets Committee meeting has been deferred to 6:15 p.m. in the usual room.
backing up and entering data in databases and so forth.
Thank you. To the Netherlands, could you specify what you would like to see and what you would like to see deleted? Thank you.
Implementation of Grin Global, entering data such as databases and backing up those data and the documentation could be replaced by PGRFA documentation. Thank you.
Is this correctly represented, your proposal?
I think that even implementing Grin Global could be removed because that's also PGRFA documentation.
Thank you very much. The Netherlands, I have to say, I like proposal that make the text lighter and easier without actually losing the content. So I would seek your agreement to this very specific proposal which makes the text less complicated. I don't see a opposition, so we can strike that text out. Thank you. So let's look at the text. Text reads now as follows: request the Secretariat to promote capacity development, including through technology transfer, and then we have a proposal on voluntary basis and mutually agreed terms, and the search for financial resources from all sources for the implementation of national databases and PGRFA documentation and the access and use of information in the GLIS portal, and which will contribute to the implementation of the 5 objectives of the POW GLIS. With regard to the remaining bracket is now on voluntary basis and mutually agreed terms through technology transfer. We heard explanation for that technology transfer has to be on a voluntary basis and mutually agreed terms. So I seek your agreement to lift the brackets around this phrase. I don't see opposition, so we can lift the brackets. I have Niger. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair. Niger would like to leave an example, given the importance of GLIS, that is the importance of Grin Global in this, and it helps a lot of developing countries which are using it. There are many that have started using Grin Global as well. So it is extremely important for us that we start managing our database now. This will allow us to manage our database, all of our documents and papers involved in that. Thank you very much.
Merci, Niger.
Thank you, Niger.
So would you then like to see PGRFA documentation, such as Grin Global? Would that be your proposal? Thank you. Niger, you see the text proposed. Oui.
Yes, that works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I request that for now we don't lift the brackets and mutually agreed terms. Let's leave those brackets for now if we can't agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. We will park that bracket. The rest of the text is fine. So we move to a paragraph, what is now there, paragraph 6 on the screen, and on your paper, probably paragraph 8. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to come in before you moved on to the next paragraph, since we have the suggestion to maintain the brackets around voluntary and mutually agreed terms. We would need to bracket technology transfer, because our ability to have the reference to technology transfer is subject to having a reference to voluntary and mutually agreed terms. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do that. This is noted. This brings us, can you move down? I have Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but it was before the previous delegation, so I'm not sure if we are now in this paragraph or we keep on the previous one.
In principle, we moved to the next paragraph.
Okay, then here we would like to delete the insertion of in situ and ex situ. This is an invitation. There are national inventories, so there is no need to too much detail on an invitation. And we like to replace reiterates for recall. Also, an invitation shouldn't be reiterated, should be recall. At the end, we would like to add and to list them in the GLIS portal upon request. Thank you.
So the upon request to support contracting parties, that relates to the support, I suppose. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The way it's formulated now, that upon request is not clear where it relates to. I think that should be more, possibly if you put it back in the sentence, support upon request or something like that. Regarding the in situ and ex situ, we feel that it does make clear what we're talking about. Inventories of crop-out relatives could have different meanings. And we refer to both meanings. So we would like to see it in there. We think it makes it stronger.
Thank you. The Netherlands? Maybe Argentina with that explanation from the Netherlands, could you live with keep in situ and ex situ in? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Distinguished College of Netherlands. This is national inventories, and they are not only for the purpose of the treaty, they are also called national priorities, and this is an invitation, so we prefer to delete the addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Netherlands.
If Argentina insists we're flexible, we can leave it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your flexibility in Netherlands. So in situ, ex situ, this reference will be deleted. We have the recall, the invitation. I don't see opposition against this change. So thank you. We would have a agreed paragraph on the screen. It's 6. We move on to the next paragraph, 7. Would like to have the floor? You have the floor. Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We feel that the meeting of the Scientific Advisory Committee should not be virtual. Having a physical meeting makes it much more efficient. So delete the word virtual.
Thank you to Netherlands. I don't see other requests for the floor, so let's try to clean the text up. We would delete virtual meeting. Then we'll delete, I think, in presence. We just can leave the brackets there. Virtual meetings, both modalities with a simultaneous interpretation. We leave the brackets there. We also leave the brackets around the last part of the paragraph. Thank you. Move to the next. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We recommend to remove the last phrase of the paragraph. We think that this clause is too restrictive and unnecessarily limits the governing body future options. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunisia. Netherlands.
We think that indicating or reminding that the GLIS is currently not intended to serve as a repository for or tracking and tracing of DSI GSD makes sense to add, since otherwise it could be misunderstood. This is clearly stated by the different meetings of the Scientific Advisory Committee, as far as I recall.
Thank you, the Netherlands. I have Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to support the deletion request by Tunisia, not because of the GLIS, As mentioned, the delegation of Netherlands is not important for this purpose, but it's not the only one. And we know that tracking DSI GSD is a very complex topic. And so either we have more general statement, or we have to put a lot of other characterizations on this paragraph. In addition to that, we would like to delete also the first introduction to the conservation and use of PGRFA, because it's not only about that, digital sequence information, genetic sequence data, we have also other topics like benefit sharing distribution, both monetary and non-monetary. And they are not only on the Articles 17 of this treaty, but there are also, as we've been here for several days, related to the enhancement of the multilateral system. Is one of the 3 critical hotspots. So we prefer to delete that. If the following paragraphs, 10 bis or 10 third, according how we progress, we will reserve as well to mention not only those aspects, but also benefit sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Further requests for the floor? I'd like to clean as much language in that paragraph as possible. So is that insertion there okay? With a view to strengthen mutual support? I think we can lift the brackets there. With regard to the request, the suggestion from Argentina to delete the conservation and use of PGRFA with relevance 2, there was a request to be deleted. I don't see opposition against deletion, so we delete that reference. With regard to the last statement in brackets, some would like to keep it, some would like to have it deleted. I think it is intended to be a statement of fact rather than a statement of what might happen in the future. So, and I think that is, in my understanding of the English language, that's what's there. It's indeed not an indication what is going to happen in the future, but just stating that that's not the intention of GLIS. So can I ask those who, with that explanation, those who would like to have this deleted, to be flexible enough to retain the text? Korea, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Without deleting the conservation and use of PGRFA, I would like to suggest to move it to after digital sequence information / generic resources data relevant to the conservation and use of PGRFA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the last statement, there could be a statement of fact. I know it may not have been the intention then when Greece was established, but the treaty is dynamic, it's not static. At the time we were establishing Greece, DSI was nowhere in sight. And there are those of us who feel now we can give it the capacity and capability of doing exactly what we are saying it was not intended to do. So that for that reason, we propose that we delete that statement. Thank you.
Netherlands.
Can I propose to insert the word currently while noting that GLIS is currently not intended to serve? Would that solve the problem?
I have Cameroon.
Thank you, Chair. We are going on cycles here, please, and sometimes my English sucks. But I need to know, what is repository? Because if we get the right special repository, then this sentence has no place here. Because usually a repository is usually an individual, from my perspective. So, like when they say the DG repository of all the treaties and so on. So really we will suggest that we do away with that sentence. It doesn't work very well, or it doesn't have any added value. So we suggest that we delete it. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameroon, just to say the repository in this case is a collection of data. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was to say we can keep the phrase, but with adding at the end to keep without prejudice to future decisions of the GB.
Thank you very much, Tunisia. I think that very much captures the mood in the room. We want to have a statement of fact today, but we don't want to preclude any decisions the governing body will take in the future. With those two amendments, the Netherlands, you have the floor.
I support that proposal of Tunisia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Netherlands. So with those two amendments and the explanation given in terms of what does repository mean in this sentence, can I take it that we agree to that? Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the last addition to the final part of the paragraph. In order to compromise, we can accept it. But regarding the first part of the paragraph, we prefer the deletion of the phrase. But if it's not the case, and if it's not acceptable, we would like to add related to conservation, use, and benefit sharing. This benefit sharing of PGRFA. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Korea, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea would like to break your round of the audition, benefit sharing, because of the scientific advice committee is not expert qualified to this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, South Korea. In this case also we would need to put brackets around a conservation and sustainable use, because that insertion wasn't accepted without this notion. I offer to the plenum to delete the reference to conservation and sustainable use related to PGRFA altogether, including, of course, the reference here to benefit sharing as well. I think it doesn't actually add anything what GLIS is doing at this moment. So I suggest to you to delete the entire phrase there related to conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing related to PGRFA. South Korea. Korea, you have the floor.
Yes, Korea is ready to accept your suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Korea. It's very kind. I take it that we have agreement in the room on this. So we have agreement on this paragraph, including lifting the brackets around the last part of the paragraph, please. Thank you. We move on to paragraph 10Bs. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We feel that this has little to do with the topic of this part of the text, and propose deleting it.
Thank you, Netherlands. Egypt, you have the floor.
We second the suggestion of Norway to delete this paragraph.
Thank you very much of the Netherlands. Yes, thank you. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. That paragraph is suggested with consideration of the next paragraph. So if the two paragraphs then can be combined, then it will make sense. And it reads the 10Bs, the way it is reading, and the further requests. You combine them to be one paragraph then. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. So the proposal is to actually merge those two to give context to a 10 ter. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to have an explanation of what is the meaning of other emerging digital technologies and how that fits together with the GLIS. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the proponents of this text please explain? Kenya, you have the floor.
The only reason that particularly merging digital technologies is because we want to be broad enough so that tomorrow when there are those other digital technologies, we don't start debating that this was not taken on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I feel that this is a little bit early, maybe, if you're talking about things that may be happening in the future at some time. I think for this GB, I suggest deletion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. The Netherlands.
If 10 bis is seen as an introductory statement to 10 ter, possibly we could reduce it and say takes note of the significant developments regarding DSI, GSD in other fora, request the scientific, and then go to
I would suppose if we make the link of those two paragraphs, then it would be an and before a further. As I said before, I like shorter paragraphs, so I'm very sympathetic to that approach, to that proposal. United States.
Thank you, co-chair, and I was holding back because I wasn't sure if we were considering both paragraphs as one now. I think our preference would have been to support the deletion of 10 bis and then also the deletion of 10 ter, with the expectation that both of these paragraphs are issues that aren't best dealt with in this resolution. But also feeling like 10 ter preempts the discussions on the MLS, especially with the final part on integrating within the MLS. So we would really like to see both paragraphs deleted, and then you don't need an introduction into tin-ter because we're deleting tin-ter. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. Netherlands?
We would not mind those paragraphs to be deleted, but in the spirit of progression of this meeting, we were proposing these changes. Regarding the emerging digital technologies, AI is already here, right? So I think it doesn't hurt to include those as a statement in this paragraph.
Thank you, the Netherlands. Italy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Italy, could acceptable the 10 bis, but if it's possible, we won't delete the tin-ter. Also to try to avoid duplication on database, and so the integration on DSIs on the GLIS is not so clear for us.
Thank you very much for this, Italy. I would like to suggest we have under 17.2 a very similar proposal with regard to DSI and future work of this body. So and as this also relates to DSI, I would propose to you to move the now merged paragraph in brackets to the discussion of the proposal made by the, I think was the African region on under 17.2. There was a proposal on work very similar to this one, under the 17.2, the DSI item. Then we could, if that's acceptable, we don't lose it at this time. We see what is the outcome of a 17.2, and we can discuss it then in full being informed of the discussion on DSI. I think I see no opposition, so I take it that this moval to 17.2 is agreed. And I'm actually happy to welcome His Excellency, the Minister of Agrarian Development and Irrigation of Peru, Mr. Vladimir Cuno Salcedo. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Your Excellency, to Minister to I think it's the 4th day of plenary, to the afternoon session. A very warm welcome to you, and it's a pleasure to give you the floor. The floor is yours, Minister.
Hello?
Chair of the 11th meeting of the GB, Dr. Arwin Kops, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, representatives, technical teams from contracting countries, authorities, and members of the international community. We give you warm greetings from our President of Peru, José Heri, as well as our Chair of the Council of Ministers, who are closely following this very important meeting for Peru. Peru is very proud to be the host of this very important meeting of the PGRFA, which is hosting over 700 delegates from 155 countries around the world. This is a record, and it shows just how relevant this treaty is worldwide and the collective commitment that we all share toward its future. We are certain that your stay in our country has been and will continue to be delightful, and we hope that you are trying our delicious national cuisine, and we are certain that you've fallen in love with it. Please allow me to apologize for not having been here during the inauguration of this very important meeting. I had some domestic obligations that made it impossible to join you for the start, but I have been very closely following the development of your activities, and today I am deeply satisfied to be here with all of you right in the middle of this meeting. For Peru, this meeting is extremely special to our country. Our country has been recognized as one of the main centers for origin and diversification of crops in the world. Our Amazonian land and our mountains are now home to millions of people, and we have crops like corn, quinoa, tomatoes, ají, peppers, potatoes, as well as many other grains and food, and all of them are the result of centuries of rural traditional knowledge and a respectful relationship between our communities and Mother Nature. I would like to give very special thanks for all of the work being done at the technical working groups and the plenary sessions. We know that the decisions discussed here are very complex. Not only are these procedural or legal issues, but they are decisions that may set the path toward global food security, agricultural innovation, renewing the multilateral system, and ensuring biodiversity, which sustains the lives of so many people. That is why I would like to recognize the efforts, dedication, and technical and political skill with which each delegation is contributing to this process. Peru is the center for origin and diversification of so many crops, and we have 25,000 registered species, 4,400 native species, and 1,682 domestic species. This is a priceless contribution for farmers and rural people as well as indigenous communities, and they have been for thousands of years. And this gives us a deep sense of shared responsibility with this governing body, the responsibility of ensuring conservation, fair access, and equitable distribution of the benefits stemming from phytogenetic resources, which are the pillars of PGRFA and international cooperation. And I'd like to invite all of you, with full respect for the sovereignty of your states and the diversity of all of the positions represented here in this room, to move forward with a vision for the future, prioritize the shared interests of our world, strengthen the multilateral system, and work to build consensus to reflect justice, transparency, solidarity, and efficiency. The world is watching closely. The decisions that we adopt here will send a clear message to the international community on our collective commitment to equity, innovation, responsibility, and protection for our resources, which sustain mankind. We trust in your ability to reach balanced and fair agreements. Peru, particularly the Ministry of Agrarian Development, thanks you for your presence, your willingness for dialogue, and thank you for trusting our country as the host of this historic meeting. I'd like to wish you most success and excellent negotiations in the days to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your kind words and for your encouragement to work hard and during long nights in order to come up with a good decisions. I can assure you, looking here in the plenary, you have in front of you really indeed very much dedicated delegations who do their best to get to agreement and make this a meeting a successful session. Thank you very much. I don't know whether you've seen, they brought me this, so it starts to getting serious here. So thank you very much. Back to business. I have Tunisia, you requested the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to come back to 10 with your permission. We think that the paragraph 10 clearly falls within the scope of GLIS, and for this reason we believe it should be retained. We would also like to add that the paragraph does not mandate GLIS to integrate GST. It simply asks for an assessment of capabilities and options, keeping it does not commit parties to any direction, but removing it, however, would close the door to understanding what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Tunisia. Papua New Guinea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On the same paragraph, while we understand that 10 is about a request just to explore certain additional capabilities of GLIS, I cannot see on the last part on emerging digital technologies within the multilateral system. It doesn't really make any sense. I would suggest to basically delete the within the multilateral system and just restrict it to or keep the paragraph just basically as a request to explore on capabilities of GLIS to integrate DSI or GST. Thank you.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. So we would delete within the multilateral system. Kenya, you have the floor.
Perhaps, thank you, Chair. We then could say, instead of deleting, we could say technologies as they relate to the multilateral system.
Thank you, Kenya. In this case, if we link it to the multilateral system, I would really suggest that we move this text to a 17.2, where we have this discussion about DSI and what this body or the subsidiary bodies will be doing going forward. Once we have agreement there and this stays, we can move it back to the GLIS a recommendation, but I don't think if we keep the reference to multilateral system in this text here, I don't think that we find a solution now, but we would see what the outcome is under the other agenda item and move it back once we're clear on that. I don't see the risk for the floor, so we will move that and keep the discussion pending. Kenya?
I request that you give me a few minutes to think of the appropriate text. Don't delete it for now, please.
Okay, you have this few minutes granted, and otherwise we will, if there is no agreement on your new suggestion, then we will move it to 17.2. That's the understanding. Thank you. Moving on. Paragraph 9, there is no comment. Paragraph 11b's. We will sort out the numbering once we have the text, of course. I don't see a request for the floor, so I take it that this new proposal is accepted, so we can lift the brackets. Thank you. I move on to 11th. Same here, I don't see a request for the floor, so I suggest we lift the brackets. Moving on to para 10 here, that's a paragraph suggested to be deleted. I don't see any request for the floor, so I take it you're fine with the deletion. Next paragraph. That's paragraph 11 here on the screen. I don't see any requests for the floor. United States, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We'd like to request to delete especially Article 18.4b and c. We think that all of Article 18 is sufficient to reference here. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. In the spirit what we agreed further up with a reference to their Article Treaty, I tend to like that proposal. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chair, I didn't realize that this had been agreed on previously. This was a proposal from our region because these two items, B and C, are what would be implemented for permanent measures that might be taken by the contracting parties. But if there is an implicit agreement that had been made previously, it's unfortunate that we weren't at that session, but we could accept eliminating these brackets.
So eliminating the text in the brackets. That would be the proposal, but thank you very much for your flexibility. Then we treat the reference to articles all the same way. Don't go too explicit. Thank you. I have Ecuador. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. This was a proposal that we had debated in GRULAC, and my colleague from Uruguay has accepted that we eliminate this. I'm not opposed to it at this time, however, he had agreed to eliminate that.
Thank you very much, Ecuador, for your flexibility. It's very much appreciated. Then I take it that we can lift the brackets before assist contracting parties and behind databases. Thank you, and then we would have a clean text. Move on to the next paragraph. There were no changes requested. So I would like to get back to the proposal to actually move the joint paragraphs to concerning DSIGSD and the multilateral system to 17.2 to that discussion. Looking at Kenya, whether Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. After consultation, we have agreed to delete the multilateral system and have the paragraphs here.
Thank you very much. My question now, can we keep that text here as it is? I think it's much clearer, it's short. Thank you, we keep the text, so we have a clean text on this resolution. Thank you very much. It's approved. I take it it's approved for adoption later with the report. Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 16.3. There you received also CRP. US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I did hit the button before the text disappeared, but I didn't think you saw me. I mean, considering 10 bis and 10 ter together, we still don't feel comfortable with 10 bis being in this. We can accept 10 ter with the understanding that we're taking out the last part on the multilateral system. We think it makes sense for the Scientific Advisory Committee on the GLIS to look into those capabilities related to DSI-GSD, but we can't have the introductory part of 10 bis in there. I do note that we have text taking note of those decisions in the other resolution already, and we don't feel like it's an appropriate framing leading into this request of the Scientific Advisory Committee on the GLIS that's more relevant about what the capabilities are within GLIS to integrate DSI-GSD, because it does set up the expectation that you're looking at it in the framing of integrating it into an access and benefit sharing framework, because that's what those decisions are on. So we cannot have 10 bis in combination with 10 ter in this part. We can have 10 ter here with that removal of the multilateral system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should have used the gavel before. Thank you very much for that. With this explanation provided by the United States, I think as we have another chapter on development in other international fora, including on DSI, I don't think we need that introductory phrase. We do not lose any content. I think what is important is what we request the scientific committee to do, and keep the taking note of international developments to the items where we deal with them. Would that be agreeable? Thank Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, we are reluctant to. I think it's important that we keep on reminding ourselves that progress is made in other fora. We are reluctant to delete the introductory paragraph, Chair. I think we have made enough compromise.
Thank you, Kenya. So we keep that a paragraph in brackets. Thank you very much. I would suggest that a small group between the US and Canada tries to resolve this issue in the course of this afternoon, and we park the discussion around this this paragraph for the time being. Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify on the close the resolution, we haven't finished the paragraph 7 either, I believe. So just wanted to know the status. Thank you.
You are correct. Also, this one is open. And we will come back to this one at a later stage when you have the other one as well. Thank you. So let us move to 16.3 CRP1. It's a draft resolution on the cooperation with the Convention on Biological Diversity. But actually, to make a little bit of a change, maybe before we going into that, we have a co-chairs waiting to report back to plenary on their development. Can I ask the co-chair of the contact group on farmers' rights, whether they are ready to report. Whom should I give the floor? Malawi. You have the floor, Modester, Malawi.
Thank you, Chair. So, indeed, we did meet in the contact group for farmers' rights. I think we've met about 3 times now. We were mainly looking at the elements of the draft resolution. Generally, there's some positivity towards the continuation of the work on farmers' rights, especially around development of an action plan to look at the gaps and needs, and also the proposal to have a special program on the farmers' rights in action. However, there are still some areas where we haven't really resolved or finalized, especially like on areas around policy and legal frameworks. There's still a little bit of divergent opinions on that. We did have a small group to look at it yesterday, and the contracting parties are still doing some bilateral consultations. So we hope to see how far those bilateral consultations go in terms of how we deal with the issues around policy and legal frameworks. There are also some issues to do with the strategy. There are some areas still referring to the policy and legal framework that is applying to the strategy, and likewise there are some elements, points in the resolution that are referring to the strategy and the option documents. So we parked them for now, pending the updates from the bilateral discussions. So that's how far we've gone, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, for this report. So I take it that you are waiting for results from bilateral consultations, and there is going to be a determination how to move on once you have these results back. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If I may also just add that, given that we are not able to get a clear agreement on some of the issues that I've mentioned, so I would like guidance from the Bureau on how we can proceed on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. So we take the matter up in the Bureau to consider it and hopefully provide guidance how we move forward. Thank you for that report. I see the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of the contact group on conservation and sustainable use. Please, you have the floor. Please give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of myself and my co-chair, Ms. Elizabeth Fernandez from Peru, we'd like to present the chair with our report from our deliberations today for the Committee on Conservation and Sustainable Use Ad Hoc Committee, the ACSU. We had a contact group that met this morning from 10 to 11, where we continued to review the language in the draft resolution. The committee reached many agreements to resolve text that we achieved, but the committee still needs to review remaining paragraphs and remove brackets. This afternoon, friends of the co-chair group met from 1:30 to 3 p.m. with the participation of one member of the committee from 6 of the regions, where we discussed agreement on the terms of reference, draft, and the package of future work. The Friends group was unable to find consensus on proposals to move forward, specifically the proposed mechanism, the proposed voluntary guidelines, and the proposed integration with the Global Plan of Action. The co-chairs thank the committee for their continued efforts, goodwill, and dedication, and we will continue to seek to identify solutions for agreements to be reached based on shared goals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, for the progress made. We will also consider that in the Bureau, and we'll get back to you with a timing and place for a next meeting of the contact group. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we turn to the cooperation with the Convention on Biological Diversity, a 16.3/CRP1. That's a concerning document. Please, Secretary, pull it up. Thank you very much. First, a preambular paragraph, no comments received. Second, the same thing. Third, the same thing. Next one has one suggestion. I take it that we can agree to that in insertion of national level. We move on. First, operative paragraph, nothing. Second paragraph. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework can be implemented, but it's not a biodiversity-related convention in itself. So I think it's not appropriate to say as well as here. We would like to see the former formulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. So it will be in the implementation of and delete as well as. Indeed, as the Kunming-Montreal framework isn't a convention in itself. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We agree with Germany's comment that it's not at the same level. Nonetheless, if we go back to the original text, and for lack of a better word, we think it makes it worse than the text that we have currently. So we do agree with the goal of Germany's proposal, but we should try to find a better formula in order to solve this issue. We agree with the KMGBF is not an international treaty, it's not at the same level. We have always expressed this concern in all our interventions, but if we present things as they stand now, when we say in the implementation of, we're giving it the wrong level. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay. Paraguay, do you have a concrete text proposal reflecting your comment?
Así on the spot, and pero no sé, capaz.
I don't know, but maybe we need to think about it a little bit more.
Germany, you have the floor.
Well, I think we cannot agree because who should work together? I think the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is a framework which has to be implemented by not only CBD parties, but also the treaty can the treaty community can contribute here and is asked to contribute, but seems strange to us.
International treaty and the CBD, including the coming
Argentina, you have the floor.
Sorry, not on this point. I have to take you back to a preambular paragraph. So, do you want me to go on, or?
I think you can go on as long as they discuss.
That's right. Okay.
Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We were thinking in paragraph 2 that we could perhaps say the international treaty and the CBD, including its Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, since those are related, and then go on with the sentence and with other biodiversity-related conventions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway. This would certainly make the reading clearer. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Podemos aceptar.
We can accept that suggestion.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other interventions on this paragraph. So we would lift the brackets around including its Kunming-Montreal by the framework. Lift the brackets as appropriate and lift the brackets around including through joint activities. Thank you. We will move on to the next, but I give the floor to Argentina for a preamble paragraph. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's the third one, or wait, 1, 2, 3, it's the fourth one, and it's related also to operative paragraph 9, with the inclusion of the word synergies. We have asked either to delete it or to replace it by collaboration. We note that in operative paragraph 9 it has been done, so we are happy about that, but it remains there. Both options could work for us, either cooperation among relevant conventions or cooperation and collaboration. That's up to you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I think in the spirit of trying to be coherent, I would offer you to accept that a change in as proposed by Argentina. We replace systematically synergies through with cooperation and collaboration. Thank you. Move down to paragraph 3. I don't have requests for the floor, so we would accept the changes proposed. We lift the brackets around as appropriate. And the instead of it. It would also have engaged in. And delete the reference to national there, yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Move on to the next, paragraph 4. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I continue not to make a difference between the secretary and the secretariat. It is one and the same person because he is the head, the secretary is the head of the secretariat. So probably what we can do is commend the treaty secretary, so that to be, yes. Or if you want the international treaty secretary, that's what we use since the beginning. And we delete the secretariat because it's a... Thank you.
Thank you, Cameroon. I think indeed the correct wording is addressing the secretary, and mean of course everybody in the secretariat. I don't see requests for the floor, so we will lift the brackets around subject to the availability of financial resources. I have Korea. Korea, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to bring your attention to the fourth line of the paragraph 4. it says CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. However, paragraph 3, second line, CBD and the Nagoya Protocol. I would like to clarification for the sake of consistency here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. Maybe I can ask the CBD Secretariat what is the correct reference to the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. Could you enlighten us, please?
Thank you, Chair, including for putting me on the spot. In my view, this is an editorial matter, and there is not a particular difference one way or the other. I would note that in the statement I gave under this item during the first reading earlier in the week, I referred to the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. The full name is the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing to the Convention on Biological Diversity, so there is certainly a relationship there between the two of them. But personally, I'm quite agnostic on the matter, which I'm not sure if that helps you or not, but yeah, I think it can go either way, and it doesn't make much difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in order to be coherent within this, a resolution, let's take it the Nagoya Protocol, as it doesn't really matter to the CBD how we do it. Thank you very much for this editorial. I have Cameroon. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Since I'm here in this governing body, we've always used, when we refer to the Nagoya Protocol, we say the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. This, we can find it in many documents of the treaty. So I'm not so sure that today, even if it's an editorial correction, it is in conformity with the past document. So please, I think the best way is to keep it the way we have always addressed it, the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameroon. So indeed, let's go with the current practice and refer to the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. Then we're a consistent overall. So that will concern paragraph 3 and paragraph 4, and forthgoing any other reference we make to the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol. Thank you for this very much. We will move on to paragraph 5. Have Germany, you have the floor.
I would like to have some clarity what the changes made here are meant to say. Provided to consider respective aspects of work.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a very good question. Can somebody help? Argentina, you have the floor. Argentina.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. It's on paragraph 4. Sorry to take you a little back, but it has been drawn to my attention that after the intervention of Third World Network, when they proposed an addition at the end of taking duly into account all rights over genetic resources, Argentina supported it. And it has not been captured, so taking duly into account all rights over genetic resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. Let's have a look at this new text. Can I take it that this is accepted? United States?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd at least like to bracket this while I try to understand it. I mean, taking into account all rights, I think I'll have to talk to others on my delegation and in my region about the implications of this. It's very broad. Thank you.
Thank you. So we park that phrase for the time being. The rest of paragraph 4 is agreed language. Thank you. So we go back to this paragraph. Germany, you have the floor.
I just wanted to support US, but then for the fourth paragraph, that we have to consider that as well.
South Africa.
We also wanted to request some clarity of what that addition meant, but we noted your decision because it's not clear what it means.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to paragraph 4. Now, paragraph 5. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Chair, this is a very difficult para. I'm not sure that the way it is put, we capture the essence of what we want to address. It's really very difficult. Thanks the institutional subsidiary bodies of the governing body for the support provided to consider respective aspects of work, pursue the treaty's objective to operate in harmony with the CBD. I don't really understand the meaning. If those who brought the additions can explain better for us to understand, because it's really it's like a closed paragraph. So please.
Thank you, Cameroon. Indeed, I do have my difficulties as well, and I'm glad you do too. It's not only my fatigue. Doing this, I have the United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I share the sentiment of Cameroon, and if the proponents of the paragraph are here and can explain it, I'd welcome an explanation. But I think we have a pretty clear idea of what the treaty's objectives are, and while in pursuit of the objectives, those should also be in harmony with the CBD, according to Article 1.1. I think this formulation doesn't entirely make sense, so I wasn't sure what it was trying to get at. We would be happy to delete it, or it needs to be reframed, I think. But I note the question for whoever proposed it, if they want to offer an explanation.
Thank you very much. Could I ask the proponents of the text to enlighten us? I see Canada. Canada, you have the
Yes,
floor.
Canada proposed that change, but I'm reading it again. I do agree that I think we can live with it, deleting it, as it doesn't really add anything. I agree with the comments of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Canada, so there's a proposal to delete the entire paragraph due to lack of understanding what it means. 3, 2, 1, the paragraph is deleted. Thank you very much. We move on to paragraph 6. Now 5 on the screen. Cameroon, you have the floor.
I think there should be a missing word there, and request the Secretary of the treaty. I think that's a missing word. Of the treaty. After of is the treaty, to continue liaising with the CBD Executive Secretary.
Thank you very much, Cameroon, very well noted. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we can lift we have the inclusion of a provided by Cameroon, Secretary of the Treaty, then we can lift the brackets around and non-monetary. We delete benefit sharing fund and keep MLS. Thank you. Another clean paragraph. We go to paragraph 7, it's number 6 on the screen. I don't see any requests for the floor. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we discussed this paragraph, Argentina explained that it's important to integrate the treaty to the national plans, but it shouldn't be like prescriptive. That's why we suggested replacing stresses for acknowledges, and it hasn't been reflected.
Thank you, Argentina. With that additional change, I think we can agree to the paragraph. So we would have acknowledges the importance of, and then we lift the brackets around as appropriate. Thank you. We move on to 7B's, new paragraph. I don't see any requests for the floor. So we can lift the brackets around this new paragraph. Thank you. Paragraph 8, which is here on the screen 7, takes note of. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we go with takes note of. Next paragraph, starting encourages. I think we can agree with a the deletion of synergies on both parts. We go on to the next paragraph. There were no suggestions. Next paragraph, paragraph 10 on the screen, no suggestions. Paragraph 11 on the screen. Don't see any requests for the floor, so we can agree to the new language proposed, which is take note of, and we lift the brackets around and non-duplication. Next paragraph, which is paragraph A12 on the screen. Cameron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I've made that comment before, so let's refer to that comment. Thank the Secretary for his active
Thank you very much, Cameroon. I don't see further a request for the floor, so we can clean that paragraph as well. So it's gonna the Secretary for his active participation. We lift the brackets around, we lift the brackets there. We move on to the next paragraph, paragraph 13. I have Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Japan would like to mention that our comment hasn't been reflected. And I think after the local communities, we requested to insert reaffirming that the international treaty shall not be interpreted as implying in any way a change in the rights and obligations of the contracting parties under other international agreements as stipulated in the preamble of the treaty. Japan has concerns that some of these collaborative activities are in contradiction with the relative international agreements and would like to have that recitation of the preamble of the treaty. Thank you.
Japan, could you specify where you would like this reference to be included?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So it would be, yes, right after the local communities. Yes, that's where it is. Yeah, local communities. I think we need a comma maybe, but local communities, comma, reaffirming that the international treaty, reaffirming that the international treaty shall not be interpreted as implying in any way a change in the rights and obligations of the contracting parties under other international agreements, comma, as stated in the preamble of the treaty. In any way, yeah. Okay. Or maybe comma, as stated in the preamble of the treaty, last part. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Cameroon, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Yeah, we can do two things. We have two text notes. Either we separate them and make a new paragraph, or we add further text note of. After COP16, you put further text note off if you don't want to create a new paragraph, because you have text note off on the same. If you want it to be one paragraph, then now this is what Japan has just mentioned here is subject to big debate, because it's first of all too prescriptive, and also even if it looks like a statement of fact, we don't see it here. We will not approach it that way. We will instead refrain from mentioning that, because it may create much more problem that it resolves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cameroon, Turkey, you have the floor.
I'm a little bit confused over the reference to 2030 on the second line, where it belongs to. Could you please clarify it?
Thank you very much. Can actually somebody clarify to what the 2030 refers to?
To the program of work.
It refers to the program of work. That's a program of work to 2030. It's just a long title in between. Thank you. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you. We would, when it comes to the issue of indigenous people and local communities, Sweden was prepared to update the terminology from the treaty text to local communities and indigenous people and local communities. We are not prepared to use any sort of ongoing negotiated text proposal from other fora in the treaty. So either we use indigenous people and local communities, or the way it is phrased in the treaty. Thank you.
So Sweden, I take it you refer to the second mentioning of indigenous peoples, as well as local communities. Thank you. With regard to the proposal made by Japan, it's the same issue we had in 16.1 L1, where we referred to collaboration between secretariats. And secretariats, they collaborate based on programs of work that were agreed by contracting parties of their respective bodies, and so they work on a mandate coming from the governing bodies, and so I don't think we need that reaffirmation here in the middle of an operative text. You were in 16.1. You said you would consult capital, and I would suggest that you also consult capital with regard to this reference as whether you can actually have it deleted, because we do not need if you trust what the secretariats do, they do what we mandate them to do, then we do not need to reaffirm, because we work under the international treaty here as a governing body. We do not need to reaffirm ourselves all the time what is stated in the preamble. So with all respect, I await the results of your consultation with Capital to see whether we can actually remove this reference here, as well as you suggested to do under 16.1 L1. Thank you. So we park that for the moment until we hear back. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we will respond back after we hear from the Capital. Could I just respond to the comments from Cameroon and to your comments regarding the preamble?
Sure.
Thank you very much. I think the colleague from Cameroon mentioned that this wording that I just proposed here is a contentious word. However, this is just a preamble, and as the chair has mentioned that, the governing body doesn't have to be reminded of it, but then if there is debate regarding this wording, I believe that there is something going on that is a problem regarding this wordings. So Japan does have concerns of some of these activities actually directly being contradictions with relevant international organizations. This is why we are putting this reaffirmation, and we are very concerned of some of the developments, and this is why we're putting this in. So this is actually a very important point for us, and I think we will insist on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan, Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so with regard to the addition of phrases provided Japan, first of all, I understand the concerns of Japan. However, in this regard, the preamble of a treaty reads that the affirming that nothing in this treaty, not just the international treaty, mostly we say the provisions or change in the provisions of international something shall not be interpreted, blah blah blah. So I would like to make sure of this one. And second of all, when CBD decided to change the IL indigenous and local communities to indigenous peoples and local communities, it might change the rights and obligations of the contracting parties. Therefore, the CBD asked the legal office of Legal Affairs in UN to advise the CBD how to avoid the implications, blah blah blah. So I believe if this has to appear in this one, Korea suggests reaffirming the copy the preamble of international treaty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. I have a request from the CBD.
Thank you, Chair. No, sorry, it was, I pressed the button to clarify the reference to the 2030 year, but you sorted that out and I couldn't cancel my request, so thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't have any further requests for the floor, so we can have an attempt of cleaning the text. further takes note of is accepted, so we can lift the brackets there, and we can delete a collaboration and keep a cooperation, lift the brackets around a as appropriate. Then yeah, we keep collaboration and we keep as appropriate. No, you don't need an and. Thank you. Then we delete on farmers' rights and keep issues of relevance to and lift the brackets. Then we have we delete as well as and keep and. And reaffirm this phrase we keep for the time being in brackets and await the response from the consultation of Japan with capital with regard also to 16.1, as it is the same issue. We refer to collaboration based on programs of work, and we're not sure whether this reference here is indeed needed. And we would continue the deletion of what is deleted here in red and lift the brackets around and requests the Secretariat to. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies for coming back to this, but we are, like others have said, critical to the insertion of the text in the preamble.
Could you please give a microphone to Norway, please? Norway, you might want to press. Could you take the mic? Is the mic of Panama working or Niger? So the technician will be coming just wait a second. Norway, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you again, Chair. Related to the insertion of text from the preamble, we think it would in that case also be relevant to insert the actual text from the objectives of the treaty, just to remind us what the objectives are. And that is then to conserve, etc., in harmony with the Convention on Biological Diversity, what is spelled out in Article 1. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Norway. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you include it after indigenous people and local communities, including farmers?
We didn't because it wasn't proposed, but I take it it's a proposal. No, it's. So thank you for that. I think we can move on to the next paragraph. Huh? Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. No, we want to keep indigenous peoples and local communities, which is it's a concept that doesn't quite belong to the treaty only. So if you want to have some text that includes farmers, then we need to do that in another way.
Thank you, Sweden. I don't see text on
I
farmers
thought this
there.
was what was proposed. Okay, then I mistook that.
Thank you very much. So we move on. Next paragraph, 14 on your screen. I don't see any request for Germany. You have the floor. Please give the floor to Germany. Position 89.
I only wanted to point to the SDG deletion, and I think it was already mentioned that that would be discussed bilaterally or in a small group, but to note that is not agreed to delete this. Thank you.
Thank you, that is correct. So we keep the reference there in brackets until we hear back from the consultations. We move on to the next paragraph, paragraph 15. There are no changes proposed. We move on to 16, 17, I don't see any requests for the floor, so we lift the brackets around there. 18, 19, 20, and there are no more paragraphs. Let's come back to paragraph 4. We had that reference taking duly into account all rights over genetic resources. Whether we would agree with that inclusion of that reference. Wonder whether you had time to consider this already. I don't see any request for the floor, so I take it you haven't had time yet to fully consider this. So we will come back, don't forget this one, we will come back to this reference. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We're going to come to the next draft resolution. It's item 9.1, CRP 1, implementation and operation of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing. There are some paragraphs missing, I understand, and the Secretariat will read those out now. So I was informed actually that the Secretariat already included those missing paragraphs in the text, so you should have it on screen at least. You have the text. So a 9.1/CRP1, it's a draft resolution on the implementation and operation of the multilateral system of access and benefit sharing. First preamble paragraph is clean, second is clean, third we pull up the right document. My apologies. So we are at the third preambular paragraph, recalling the provisions of. No, it's I think if we want to be consistent with what we said before, it would read articles 11.2, 5.1 and 12, and refrain from mentioning going into further detail. So 11.2, 5.1 and 12. Thank you. Next paragraph. Go to the first operational paragraph. I don't see any request for the floor, so we try to clean the text. No, stay, we need to clean the text. We would delete which this is reached, and we keep noting that the current figure of, and lift the brackets around that. Then we have as of 2025. Lift the brackets there, lift the brackets around includes material, going on to the rest. I have check here, you have the floor. Can I please give the microphone to check here?
Thank you, Chair. As for the European Regional Group, we suggested para 1 bis, and we cannot see it here. So would you like me to read it again?
Just give the Secretariat a second. I think he can pull it up. Thank you. United States, does this refer to paragraph 1?
No, Chair, I'm sorry. While they're resolving the text on screen technical issue, I just wanted to ask, could you give us an indication of what are the upcoming agenda items? Because we're moving quickly to things where I didn't know what would be coming up next, and we don't have the appropriate people in the room, knowing that there's other discussions going on. So we've got backups here for the North America region, and with technical difficulties with the internet, we're not actually even able to get the statements that were emailed in to double check against the text that will be shown. So this is a bit of a stall, but also a request if you could give us some indication of the plan for the rest of the plenary so we know what's coming up and can be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have documents that we actually can deal with. Is this one we're just working on 9.1, a CRP1 plus a 6.1 CRP1. That's the documents we have so far. We still have some outstanding issues on resolutions we already dealt with. I would very much like actually to have results coming back before the closure of this plenary session this afternoon. So the small groups, and please be ready to report back on those few issues we haven't fixed yet. And I think that's basically the program for the moment. US, you have the floor.
For the small group on SDG, I consulted just bilaterally with 2 of the members of the small group, but we all had to go to other groups during the lunch break and then have been in here or in other groups during this afternoon session. So we would not be able to have a solution by the end of this afternoon because we're not able to get together.
Thank you very much. Well noted. I will come back at the end with regard to the others to see what the status is. So the Secretariat could pull up that a missing paragraph. Yes. So we are at 1 bis. Check, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's the insertion we wanted to have in the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Czechia. Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. Since we're reiterating an appeal seems like a strong word, but I would ask the Czech Republic to tell us where the first appeal appears, since we are reiterating an appeal. Thank you.
Czech Republic.
Could you give us, please, a moment to discuss with colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. While we wait, I suggest we move on. Paragraph 2. There's nothing. Paragraph 3. Paragraph 4. Paragraph 5. So we will read the text in a yellow, as this was a text not in your electronic version, but this was submitted to the Secretariat. Can I ask Francisco to read it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Request the Secretary to continue publishing the report on the availability and transfer of material in the multilateral system, and to distinguish between material currently held in collection and material verified distributed under the SMTA, and to include in the report information on transfer of PGRFA per individual country and a distinction between domestic and international transfers, as well as the information requested in Resolution 2/2022, paragraph 4, and recalled in Resolution 2/2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Not on this particular one, but let's deal with this one. I'll come later. Thank you.
Could you repeat? I couldn't hear it.
There is a proposed text Kenya proposed yesterday, and it's not captured here in the draft resolution. And that, I thought we could deal with that later once we are finished. There's a paragraph I proposed that should come after para 5.
Okay, we will take that paragraph once we dealt with paragraph 5. Thank you. I don't see a request for the floor, so can I take it that you agree to this text? Which would mean a request the Secretary to continue publishing the report on the availability and transfer of material in the multilateral system, and to distinguish between material currently held in collections and material verified as duplicable under the SMTA, lift the brackets around and before and to include in the report information on transfer of PGRFA per individual country and the distinction between domestic and international transfer, as well as information requested in Resolution 222, paragraph 4, and recalled in Resolution 2/2023. Can you also lift the brackets around the paragraph? That's so noted. We can also lift the brackets around the paragraph. Now maybe can we go back to, what was it, 1B's, the new paragraph further up, and see with the Czech Republic whether they're ready to give an explanation? Thank you. Czechia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a discussion that also has a link to the discussions we have under 9.2 about availability of material in the multilateral system. And so I think we would like to have this perhaps in brackets and park it until we finish the discussions under 9.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Secretary just informed me that actually in previous years there was already this appeal iterated, so we can actually reiterate the appeal. The Secretariat is checking the previous resolution on that issue. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. If the Secretariat could be so kind when they find that reference to share it with all the members. Thank you.
Will be done. So the reference would be a resolution 2/23, paragraph 2. I let you check. Meanwhile, I have the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I request the floor for the previous paragraph we are working on, not this one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can I take it that with the a reference to Paraguay?
Paragraph 5. Yes, Korea doesn't have any.
Korea, I was just giving the floor to Paraguay. Sorry, on the previous paragraph.
Okay.
Paraguay, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm still trying to find the resolution, and I need to check the language before accepting it. I'm not finding when I do a search with the numbers, I'm not finding the resolution, but if we can come back to it once I found the text.
We will do that. We park that paragraph for the time being. Go back to paragraph 5. So, Korea, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, then the third line to include in the report information on transfers of PGRFA, and then what should be included in this paragraph. This I would like to seek your clarification here.
Can we see clarification from the proponents? I asked the Secretariat to give an explanation what information they have on transfer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, on the request actually is basically to bring to the report information that we already made available on the website, on the statistic page of ECSMTA, where we report on how much material has been sent and how much material has been received by a country, basically. Also on the website, we have this information on domestic transfer. So in the next report, we'll be including that information in the report.
Thank you very much. I see it's all clear for the Republic of Korea. So we move on to the next paragraph, which is paragraph 6 on the screen, or 5 alt. Paraguay.
Perdón.
Sorry, President. I found the reference. I want to indicate that the appeal as the Czech Republic is presented is incomplete. The original appeal has 5 lines, and therefore its balance was different. If we are going to reiterate this appeal, we should repeat the whole text, not just part of it. So my suggestion, if the Czech Republic will accept it, would be to include the full paragraph as it appears in Resolution 2023, paragraph 2, as the Secretariat told us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Czech Republic seems to agree to that. So let us pull up that text. So you see here the entire text of that paragraph that we reiterate. It's the appeal. I don't see any requests for the floor, so this we can integrate in the resolution and move back down to 5 alt. I don't see any requests for the floor. I have the Czech Republic. You have the floor.
Only a question, if not the Secretariat is able to update the report without working together with the Commission. Just a question is if it is necessary to mention the Commission here.
I turn to the Secretariat. So I have confirmation from the Secretary that we don't need the Commission Secretariat to do that, so we can delete the reference to that, so continue to update. I don't know. What's your proposal, Czech Republic? You have the floor.
To go back to the original text, request to continue publishing as it was in the deleted text.
So the proposal is to delete the text?
No, but to keep the request the Secretary.
Check, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have South Africa.
Thanks, Chair. My question was before the deletion, and it's purely because when you wanted to just some clarity, this including reasons why there are contracting parties that have not placed any material. What does it mean? Does it mean periodically those countries will report to the Secretariat why they did not place any material in the system? So we just needed clarity on how that works.
But I think as it is now deleted,
yes, it was
I have Togo. Togo, vous avez la parole.
Togo, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for being behind, but actually I want to come back to the previous paragraph if you'll allow it.
This one, and then we can come back to the other one. So I don't see any further requests for the floor on 5 alt, which is request the Secretary to continue to publish. That's all good. We deleted that text, and we can lift the brackets, the remaining brackets, and in the text. And just for clarity, I think it's better to take those two activities apart, requests and encourage. That's not that's not an encouragement. I think it's clearer this way. Thank you. So agreed. So I go to Togo. Togo, vous avez la parole.
Togo, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, forgive us, but we want to go to the previous paragraph. Yes, right here. Somewhere donors are mentioned. Yes. Donors to support characterization and evaluation. I would like to ask to add the CGIAR, who are the technical partners. We need the donors, but the CGIAR plays a great, sizable role in the characterization and evaluation.
Hey, thank you very much. Togo, this was a text copied from already the other resolution, and it was brought in 1-to-1. So I wonder whether you still need to see the reference to, because we had a discussion about either using the complete text unchanged as it was in the previous resolution. So can I take it that you don't need necessarily that reference to the CG centers? Togo, you have the floor.
Let's continue, and we'll see. Maybe we can make a reference later on in the text.
Togo. We come to paragraph 7. I have Kenya. Kenya, have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for taking you back. I had indicated that this text to be proposed, which was to come after paragraph 5, but it was not captured.
Thank you for reminding me. So please go ahead.
Do I read it, or it can be picked up from the statement I gave?
No, the secretary is putting it in, and you just check whether it's the text you wanted to see. Thank you. Kenya, is it the text you submitted?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. So we have a look at that text. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am a little confused because our expert is not here right now. He's in a contact group meeting. But I recall he had suggested a new paragraph. And I don't know if it is captured in the changes that it is here. I can read it just to see if it is. If he's requested the secretary.
Canada, can we park this? We have a text. We look here, and then we come back to your.
Okay, all right.
Otherwise, we didn't really indeed too confused. So we have a this paragraph 7 further requests the Secretary to provide a link in the easy SMTA portal for Article 9, 6.9, similar to blah blah blah. Can I invite comments? Czech Republic?
Thank you, Chair. It was for the now paragraph 9, so not now. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Go press the button again when you're down there. So I don't see any comments for that. Canada, do you want to read out which paragraph, and we can check whether it is included or not? Thank you.
Thank you. It was after paragraph 5. It was the paragraph read, requests the Secretariat to report which contracting parties use the SMTA for distributions of PGRFA to National Gene Bank clients, and to distinguish this distribution by summarizing reports among transfers of PGRFA from within a country and transfers of PGRFA obtained from other contracting parties, from non-contracting parties, from CGIR centers, and from other providers. I don't know if it has been captured somewhere, because it's very confusing right now.
It hasn't, so the Secretariat is including it now. Thank you, Secretariat. I just would note it is very similar to what we have agreed in paragraph 5. United States, you have the floor. No, go down. So we are on this new paragraph 7 now.
Sorry, Chair, I had a question about paragraph 8, just for clarification. We're referring to Article 6.9 of the SMTA, and I'm not familiar with the SMTA portal, but I assume those are SMTA articles. Is that correct?
Kenya, as you propose that text, Article 6.9. What Article 6.9 of the SMTA?
Thank you, Chair. Article 69 is about non-monetary benefit sharing. Now, if you want to get details of that of the information that has been shared by the materials who have used materials, recipients who have used materials from the MLS, at the moment you are not able to get details on that bit of the obligation of Article 6.9, but non-monetary benefit sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the clarification. It's okay. So back to 7. And please, colleagues, let's try to focus on one paragraph at a time. We shouldn't jump too much from one paragraph to the next one. So paragraph 7, as proposed by Canada. Jackie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since we are seeing new paragraphs to be added, and there might be similarities between para 7 and our, let's say, number 5, can we maybe put those texts into brackets as not, let's say now, agreed text, and we can then come with a resolution on it with other colleagues that are right now here? Thank you.
I think we can do that. I think that helps everybody. So we put brackets around a paragraph A7, and maybe a Czechia you would like to check with a Canada whether or not you can actually merge those two paragraphs, or whether it is already captured in paragraph 5. So we park paragraph 7, we had paragraph 8, we are at paragraph 9. Paragraph 9. I don't see any request for the floor, so we can lift the brackets around or other permanent unique identifiers. Paragraph 10. I don't see any request for the floor, so we can lift the brackets around distributable. We move on, part 2. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to change it to instead the availability and accessibility of PGRFA. Distributable. We want that instead of distributable.
Could you repeat, please?
The availability and accessibility of PGRFA instead of distributable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweden. Sounds indeed better to my ears. I think we can agree. Thank you. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, that was a suggestion of the United States to add distributable, and I believe it was because there is it's not clear to us that material that is being reported as available is also is distributable. So it's not necessarily available to be distributed, but if the accessibility would have the same meaning, then I think that's okay, but I would have to appeal to the gene bank managers, operators in the room to tell me if accessibility means that the material is available to be shipped out by the providers. Thank you.
Thank you. US, maybe Sweden, you can confirm.
As we see it, to use the word accessibility is more in language, but as we have been used to do before. Yeah. And it means that it is ready to ship.
Thank you very much. I see nodding in the United States, so we changed the words. We go to part 2, operations of the modular system, acknowledging the first paragraph there. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we lift the brackets around the text there.
Mr. Chair, we're ready. We're finished. We don't need this.
Thank you very much. So we lift the brackets there, and I'm reminded that it's actually 6:10 almost. So we need to adjourn the afternoon session. We're so nicely in a rhythm to actually go through the text. I didn't even notice that time goes by. So I quickly consult with the secretariat and come back to you with information on the next steps of the program. So we're going to have a plenary tonight at 7:30. We will continue our work. Whether or not we have a contact groups tonight, that will be announced during the dinner break, so to say. I would like to request the bureau members here present in the room to quickly come to the podium. With that, the plenary session is adjourned. I see IPC.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the IPC, and since we did not have the floor to speak about this morning's contact group on farmers' rights, we must express our dismay with the lack of progress we've been able to make in this group over the past couple of days. The reason being is that there are a small number of contracting parties who are blocking any progress on measures that will enable contracting parties to fully implement and realise Article 9. The farmers here at this governing body have had to leave their farms, their fields and their animals to be here this week and try to work harmoniously with governments to have our rights realised under the treaty. Not only that, but we have shown up and taken part in the intercessional work, often paying our own way to be at these meetings. We urge the Bureau to ensure that farmers are invited to participate and speak in the composition of the next contact group on farmers' rights. To be clear, we cannot accept a Friends of the Chair proposal, as we find it unacceptable for farmers to be shut out of a discussion related to our rights as farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, IPC. With that, I adjourn the plenary session of this afternoon. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm just counting delegations present, so we wait maybe another 5 to 10 minutes until a bit more people come. Please be seated. I think we continue with our exercise. I see each region represented. We left part 2, operations of the multilateral system. First, preamble paragraph. I don't see any requests for the floor, so I take it we can lift the brackets and move on. Second, a preamble paragraph hasn't got any changes. We go to paragraph 12. I think in order to be consistent, we need to change secretariat to secretary. So I don't see any requests for the floor. It's actually two options. It's either welcomes the continued support provided by the Secretary to providers, or thanks the Secretary for its continued support to providers. It's either or. If you cannot choose which one you want, we can just put an and in between. That would then be a combination of both of welcoming and thanking. I don't see any request for the floor, so I think I take it this is acceptable to you, and we can lift the brackets. Thank you. We move on. A 13, a nothing there. 14. That seems to be acceptable as well. So request the Secretary to continue exploring, comma, subject to the availability of resources, comma, lift the brackets there. Delete digital, delete and other secure tools. Delete the subject to the availability of resources. We have that above, provided that in accordance with Article 12.3b, no tools imposed mandatory tracking of individual accessions. I take it that's agreeable. So we lift the bracket there. Thank you. Go to 15. 15, I don't see any changes. 16. Maroc, vous avez la parole.
Morocco, you have the floor.
In 17, yes, 17. We'd like to add at the end of the para the following. At the end of 17, and to report the information.
In Morocco, I think we're still on 16.
16, okay.
So
sorry, I'll wait until 17. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morocco. 16. I don't see a request for the floor, so we clean that text, delete the brackets, and delete the rest.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. It's in 16 actually. My request it's in 16.
Maroc, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. In 16, we'd like to add at the end of para 16, and to report the information on the providers and the recipients of the PGR-IFA, their signed SMTAs, and the PGR-IFA accession shared through such SMTAs. I can repeat, and to report the information on the providers and recipients on the PGR-IFA, their signed SMTAs, and the PGR-IFA accessions shared through such SMTAs.
Thank you, Morocco. I have the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We have reservations about the recommendation from Morocco to ask to report the information on providers and recipients of the PGRFA. I believe that is against the rules, or maybe the language needs to be changed, but I don't believe we are allowed to report specifics like that. Thank you.
the Netherlands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are also not in agreement with including this addition that was just made.
Thank you, Netherlands. Germany.
This is true for us as well. We cannot support this addition.
Thank you, Germany. Maroc, vous avez la parole.
I will give the reason why. In Article 5E of SMTA, it has no confidentiality clause. It very clearly says the report signed SMTA to governing body. The opinions advice of ad hoc technical advisory committee on the multilateral system and the standard material transfer agreement, there are the information to be reported to the governing body. If not, an entire SMTA is made accessible. I maintain my proposition.
Merci, Maroc. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to line myself with the position taken by Morocco, but request the contracting parties that are not in agreement with this probably provide a reason why they should. That kind of information should not be reported on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Can I suggest as Morocco and the United States look at this language and compare with the SMTA and have a discussion and come back in 5 minutes with a proposal? Thank you. So I invite these two contracting parties to get together and see whether they find wording at an aggregate level or something that would be fine for both. In the interim, we continue. Would be a paragraph 17, sorry. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would advocate to not include the addition which is given here, and the reason for this is that the comprehensive analysis of the operation of the multilateral system, the report is not yet available, so I think it would be very premature to talk already about what future analysis should contain. So I think better wait to see what's in this report.
Thank you very much. The Netherlands seems a very sensible proposition to me that we would delete as we don't know what the analysis tells us, we can't really know what the data gaps are and so. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to everybody. We would like to keep the request. The analysis of the operations, regardless the crops that are on the MLS. My delegation already mentioned that it's difficult to understand, that there is a lack of transparency and traceability, that we need the information presented in a different way to assess exactly how it's working. And so that is for the future analysis and reporting, never mind which crops are included. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is a report that we intended to publish before this session, but for editorial reason have not been made available on time. So there it contains already an analysis by crop, by type of recipient, by region, etc. It is a pity that have not been made available. That's it. The other report that has been presented to the governing body is the usual report on availability and transfer of material. This is a different report.
Thank you very much. Does this help in the understanding? I see a shaking of the head. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we're running late for the discussion. We're a small delegation. We do understand that, but nevertheless, the information that all the contracting parties, in order to take an important decision regarding the future of the MLS, was not very helpful in so many ways. No matter what happened, and we are really sorry, it's not only a pity, all delegations and contracting parties didn't have an essential tool for the evaluation and decision-making of this meeting. And sometimes this happens, but it's not only a pity. So we would like to start on the future work, that this is very important, and we would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. I have the United States.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to keep the information on number 17, including non-reporting contracting parties in the data. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. So you need to delete, undo the Cameroon, vous avez la parole.
Cameroon, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair.
We may not support that we include that part of the sentence here for a simple reason that we are not claiming here issues of transparency or whatever, because it's the report of the Secretariat, and I hope the response that was given by the Secretariat is helping. Now, if you ask the governing body to identify a contracting party that is not contributing, that's not the object of the governing body. It's every contracting party that should know. So every contracting party should be in a position to consult the report on the section concerning its own contribution and so on. Not to make it available to everybody. I'm not so sure that we are talking here about transparency, because we tend to put transparency in every single thing, but we are transparent enough. It's the report of the Secretariat that can document it, and it is meant for consultation by all the members. So every member can go and consult it. To bring it in the governing body for discussion, I think it may not be very, very good. That's why our suggestion is to remove that part of the sentence. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameroon, the Netherlands.
Yeah, like Argentina, we are also a small delegation and we want to move on, so we will not object to keeping it in.
Thank you very much. Netherlands, Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Chair, I apologize. Mr. Chair, the first part, since we don't have this report that was promised and it was not delivered, should go, right? The title is Comprehensive Analysis of the Operation of the Multilateral System. This has to go because we can't welcome it, it's not there. So we must start with the second part, requests this phrase. And what this request is about, it's just not future analysis. This is now that the report, the regular report on the operation of the multilateral system, that is what we refer to. And this is where we want to see more specific information. Maybe we have to find the right wording there. I can understand that we don't want this as a finger-pointing exercise. But we have made other places improvements, and I think this is what we want. We want a better understanding there. I don't have wording ready to replace this wording, which is a little bit, yeah, as I said, finger-pointing, and I can't understand that. Yeah, maybe someone can help to find appropriate wording that would not, that would be agreeable there. I'm not capable now to produce it right away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I have the United States, but first, Secretary, can you put brackets around welcomes to and? I have the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for asking for the floor again. We agree with the sentiment that Canada shared about if we have a comprehensive analysis, we need to have everyone reporting. And really, the point is to gently note that the effectiveness of the MLS, it depends on the data that is complete and consistent. We have multiple parties that report zero distributions, and that's fine, but we at least have an idea of what data we have. So reporting into the MLS is important for the health of understanding the strength of our MLS. Thank you.
Thank you. The US, Cameroon, you have the floor.
I'd like to pose the question to the Secretariat, if you allow me to pass through you to do that. What is the essence of that report? That may help us to, many people here to understand. What is the essence of that report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report that the Secretariat prepared on the operations of the multilateral system includes a section on availability and transfer of material. So basically that information has tables and a few pipe charts, etc. Nevertheless, the level of information that we can include in a report to the governing body in a working document is always limited. So these are shorter documents. So there was a request to prepare a more detailed report that we have called Comprehensive Analysis of the Operation of the Multilateral System. And in that report, we include information from ECSMTA, the database, but also information that have been directly sent to the Secretariat during this year. And we present this by region, by crops, and in a more detailed way than we can do basically in a working document. And on top of that, we include also information on gaps directly extracted from their reports on compliance, and some other stories that we have developed together with National Gene Bank, CGR centers, and other partners, both in the CGR, but also non-Article 15 institution. Thank you.
Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada likes to follow up on the question by the distinguished delegate from Cameroon. Will this report still be generated? Is it close to be finished? Can we still maybe informally ask what we like to see in the report, or is it already closed? Because we definitely would welcome a report if it was there. So maybe we can point that out, that we look forward to see that report very soon. And I don't know whether, and invite countries to maybe ask or send in or communicate to the Secretariat what they like to see in the report. Maybe that would be the solution for this.
Thank you. Actually, the report is already in the printing process, in the final clearance process. So that's why we cannot further modify that specific report, and we intended actually to publish it before the governing body. But we have to follow also certain rules on quality checks, so that's why it has not been published.
Thank you for the information. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I understand the answer of the Secretariat, but still, I'm still off the loop, because if we want to produce a report, did this governing body explicitly request the production of such a report? And if it has given the right to report to the governing body afterwards, because I was still wanting to know, to understand perfectly what is the nature, what should be the nature if you have the terms of reference, and now I see that they have asking for the report on operation of MLS. That's a different report. It's not, it has nothing to do with the comprehensive analysis. So I would like to understand better, because I'm still very interrogative in, accepting that part of the sentence. Is for me not very reliable in terms of what we want to achieve here. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameroon, South Africa, help us out.
No, no, thanks, Chair. Mine was it was a follow-up to Cameroon's first question. I'm struggling to get the rationale including non-reporting contracting parties. What is the rationale for including that part of the sentence? And also, is this linked to the compliance issue? I'm finding it difficult for me to understand. Then what? We have reported on non-reporting contracting parties, but I'm struggling to get the rationale behind that particular part. Thanks.
Thank you, South Africa. I think it's as the United States explained, it's about getting as much information as possible from contracting parties on the operation of the MLS, so how many resources they make available, for example. That's useful information, so it's about that. I think I would take the point that if you want to keep something like welcomes or looks forward to receiving the comprehensive analysis, I think it would sound better if we say looks forward to receiving, then we actually desperately wait on that comprehensive analysis. That would be the first change. Then we could keep the entrance, but then I think we would need to have a second paragraph where we refer to the reports on the operations and what we would like to see come forward in this analysis. It's not the same. It's not the same document, so to say. So what I would suggest to you, I hope this helps. We would have looks forward to, I think, receiving. I'm not sure. The comprehensive. You can delete the preparation of because you prepared it. It's just not yet. It's not yet printed. And then you would delete the and you would actually make a new paragraph. Request that future reports on the operation of the MLS include indicative data or something. There's a typo probably. Including the question is what you want to know from the non-reporting contracting parties, just a list of parties that not have reported, or what? That would be my question if I may, but let's see whether I find consensus on paragraph 17 and the split of those two paragraphs. Just this question. I see Cameroon. Cameroon, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur.
Cameron, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair.
That proposal, it is really welcome. I think we appreciate. But now we move from a comprehensive analysis to the report on operation of MLS. What is the link between the two? That's one thing. Because and then if we are still discussing the comprehensive analysis, me personally, I can't read the crystal ball because the report is not before me. So I don't know what is inside. To criticize it already and say, okay, next you bring this. I can't read through the crystal ball. So we will suggest that the 18 be removed totally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameroon. Just maybe on the difference between the comprehensive analysis and the report on the operations of the MLS. What is the difference? I would like to pass on the floor to the Secretariat so that this becomes clear.
Yeah, thank you so much. The report on the availability of material and transfer of material, it has been published as a separate document to the government body in many occasions. On top of that, there is a report on the operations of the multilateral system that includes all the activities that have been undertaken by the Secretariat. It reports also on gaps, it reports on new initiative, partnership, and in some occasions, the first report has been included as an appendix when it has been ready. While the comprehensive analysis is much bigger. It contains more detail, it goes more in detail, it contains stories, it contains capacity building elements. It's an illustrated report, it's easier to read, it's not only for technical purposes, although it contains data in a very scientific way. So these are some of the differences.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I hope that helps clarify the difference between those two reports. Can we now look at paragraph 18 in the entirety, I think? So I take it that paragraph 17 now is looking forward that this is agreed. We move to this paragraph 18. South Africa? Yes,
Yeah. No, Chair, it's just to say we are looking forward to a response to what you've just raised, because it links to our initial question, whether the intention there is just to have a list of those contracting parties.
So there are two kinds of information mainly there. There is the first package is information on availability of material. So there, the contracting parties of the government report to the treaty secretariat, to FAO, and to other databases. So there is a collaborative effort there to pull all this information. And there are countries that actually do provide that information with certain frequency, and in some cases there are difficulties for that information to be reported, while the information, the transfer, is reported by the provider, not at country level. In some cases, there are national gene banks that are the only provider or the main provider, and they actually provide the information all through the ECSMTA, or in some cases, for the first time, it had happened this year, also through Excel table that we have compiled.
Thank you, Secretariat. I see Cameroon.
To be there all the time now on this para, but Chair, don't you think that we are here de facto changing the terms of reference and the table of content of the report on the operation of the MLS? This is something that we need to discuss as a governing body. We cannot just put it in a sentence like this, and then we allow the Secretariat to take up. If we want to change the terms of reference of a specific report or the content of a specific report, it's something to be discussed globally. So that's why I think it seems not only we want to ask the Secretariat to report on contracting parties that are not contributing, and for which reason, which is like intruding into the life of that contracting party. And we will suggest that we play low-key on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Cameroon. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The thought is here, it's about improvement of the reports of the operation of the multilateral system, those reports that we get regularly. So I think the first part is fine. Requests that future reports on the operation of the MLS, and then it doesn't make sense to include maybe analyzes or indicates data gaps, comma, and then including non-reporting contracting parties. This is this finger-pointing part which maybe should be removed. And perhaps instead we can say, since we so request the Secretariat, right, to do this reporting, indicate data gaps, and addresses and invites contracting parties to make suggestions for improving the reporting, which we can send afterwards in communication to the Secretariat. Maybe then we have time what we really would like to see, and that we can trust that this communication will function, and we don't need to elaborate now in detail here which improvements we would like to see. Maybe that could address the concern we have at hand here. No, yeah, sorry, I didn't mind, and invites contracting parties to improve the reporting, but we invite the Secretariat to accept or to consider improvements for future reporting suggested by contracting parties, which we can then do in communication with the Secretariat afterwards. This is what I want to say. Maybe you can find, or others find, better language, but I think this is the point we want to address here.
So thank you very much for this attempt to find consensus. So this would mean, if I understood it correctly, we need to delete including non-reporting contracting parties. That would be deleted. Yes. And in order to avoid finger pointing here at this level, we need to understand more what actually contracting parties are looking for. And then we have a second and request. So can I take it that with this language we can find consensus around the improvement of this report? I don't see any request for the floor, so it is. We clean the language. You lift the brackets around and requests. Can you go up? Up. Yeah, this is all clean. Thank you very much. So thank you for that. We go to the next paragraph, paragraph 19. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we lift the brackets. We move on. Paragraph 20. United States.
I'm sorry. Are we on number 21 or 20?
20.
Yeah, we don't have anything. We just asked to delete that. Sorry. Thank you.
So can you specify again?
The recommendation to delete the part in brackets came from us. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you. I have a request for the floor from Germany. Germany, have the floor.
Like last time, I think that should be solved for all statements or resolutions. and we should put it in brackets.
Indeed, we had this morning a group of countries working, that's Norway and the United States, trying to address all the language with regard to reference to the SDGs, what could be found. And so I will suggest that we put that in brackets until the group comes back. So we undelete this, but keep it in brackets. And then the encourage, whether it's a capital or minor, a ledger that we'll see once the other bracket is resolved. And I think we can lift the brackets around including, so keep including and delete especially. I haven't heard any interventions in that regard. So we lift the brackets after including. Thank you. We move on to paragraph 21. I have the United States. You have the floor.
We had requested to change this to delete the word inclusive in 21. And we had recommended a change that said invites contracting parties and stakeholders to support capacity development initiatives to promote effective operations and implementations of the MLS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the United States. So you basically have two alternatives, if I understand this text correctly, either to support contracting parties with the implementation and operation of the MLS, or to promote the effective operations and implementations of the MLS. And as we talk about capacity building, I think the first alternative might be clearer. So I suggest to delete the second alternative. I don't see any requests for the floor, so I take it that you would agree with that. So we would have a clean text as you have before you. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering whether we could add need-specific capacity development initiative, bearing in mind that countries are at different levels of capacity in regards to the implementation of the MLS. So we could say contracting parties and stakeholders to support need-specific capacity development initiatives.
Can you repeat your proposal, please, Uganda?
I'm suggesting that instead, after support, we write need specific capacity need specific. No, needs specific. NEED specific. NEES specific needs coming from a gap analysis and appreciation that countries are at different levels.
Thank you. Uganda. Can I take it that you agree with this? Thank you very much. So just for clarity, the paragraph reads, invites contracting parties and stakeholders to support need-specific capacity development initiatives to support contracting parties with the implementation and operation of the MLS. With that, we move on to paragraph 22. I don't see any requests for the floor, so I suggest to lift the brackets. Thank you. We move on to part 3. Preamble paragraph is okay. Paragraph 23 doesn't have changes. Paragraph 24. Cameroon, you have the floor.
Sorry to take you back. Please scroll up again, please. Well, I still on 22. What is ex-situ collection under national control? Because I would really want to understand what we mean, because national is national. If there is an ex-situ in a country, it is an ex-situ, a national ex-situ. So I don't know. I need to understand. Or my suggestion is to ex-situ collection, full stop. The words, those 3 words under national control are the truth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So your your suggestion would be to delete under national control. I have Canada. Canada have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Kocher. Since this was a suggestion from the North America region, maybe we could find better word, but the idea was that we in particular look at the functioning of the MLS. And we say we have now kind of agreed that the MLS is about material in ex-situ collections under the control of a contracting party or of contracting parties. This is what we liked to reflect here, that those should be in focus. We could also say ex-situ collections that contribute to the MLS, but then we would need to exclude maybe the Article 15 collection. So that was the idea, to refer to those collections in particular that are under the control of a contracting party. Maybe that is then the better word, instead of saying national control. Because these are the ones that contribute to the MLS. Therefore, we wanted this to specify here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada, to help out here. I have Uganda, if it's on this one, Uganda, and followed by Kenya. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was suggesting that maybe we say ex situ collections in public domain. That meaning that the material has no IP issues, but it's under the management and control of the contracting party.
I think the MLS refers to PHRFA under management and control and in the public domain. So management and control of a contracting party and in the public domain. So
yes,
here we talk about the ex situ collection, so the institution itself, which in my understanding is rather under management and control of the contracting party.
Yes, sir.
And not necessarily in the public domain as a park could be, for example, where you just can go. And so here maybe you still need to pass an entry door. So that would be my suggestion, to keep under management and control. And leave out in the public domain, because we refer to an institution rather than to the material here. I have Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we might slowly be losing it. I do not think that the establishment of the multilateral system resources available could just go to support materials under the MLS. The objective of the treaty is conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing. So after the benefits have been shared, perhaps, or coming from frontiers who want to support conservation, I think it would be wrong if the emphasis just on materials under the MLS that should be supported. I'm not sure whether that was the spirit initially, or we could be changing along the way. So the emphasis there on existing materials, the management control of contracting parties, the materials out there held by communities. We are busy establishing community seed banks. These materials may not be in the MLS. Are we excluding them from the support? Thank you.
Thank you. Canada, United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping we could revisit the unresolved item with Morocco before moving on to part 3. That's why I had my light on.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us try to resolve this one, and
Sorry,
then we go back to the other one. So what I would suggest is so I think Kenya has an important point. If we think about, we are in the operations of the multilateral system anyway. Everything what we do here, so we can take it that when we refer to ex situ collections here, these are ex situ collections that actually collaborate with the multilateral system. So I would suggest that we just delete under the management and control of contracting parties. We don't need to be wholly prescriptive with regard to what contracting parties and other donors decide to facilitate, to support. We talk here in a resolution that concerns the operation and management of the multilateral system. So I would submit to you that we go with this easier, shorter language. Thank you. Canada, you have the floor.
Maybe then, for a little bit more clarity, to say at least to strengthen ex situ collections that participate in the MLS. Otherwise, you have botanical gardens or whatever right away. For someone who's from the outside may not then there's a little bit of qualifier there. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada, for this improvement. Kenya, you have the floor.
Sorry, Chairman, for coming back on this. I still have a problem on that. What the assumption there is that that support must just address the materials in the MLS, and I don't think then in the spirit of conservation of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, this treaty is not about materials just in the MLS. The plant genetic resources for food and agriculture are much broader. So are we going to ignore those ones because they've not been put in the MLS? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. I just would like to draw your attention, we are in part 2, operations of the multilateral system. So automatically, I would agree with you, we don't need that reference to the multilateral system here, but we talk under this heading, operations of the multilateral system, about ex situ collections that participate, that are within the realm of the multilateral system. So what I would suggest is, as it's getting late, is to delete that participate in the MLS, because we are in a chapter that talks about the operations of the MLS. I thank you for that. Now, before moving on to part 3, we take a moment until Morocco and the United States are ready with the text. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I was seeking clarity on the level of information that is being requested here, and thankfully, Morocco was grateful that they provided that information. Under the SMTA, the clause is correct, and the current draft doesn't state it, but in the terms of use, where we report the SMTA, FAO has clarified about not sharing any PII unless there was a dispute. I can provide the link to that information, and with that context in light, we could redraft that to say, with respect to developing aggregated reporting on SMTAs and PGRFX sessions shared through such SMTAs. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Is this the language you... the other one. US, is this the language? Can you please repeat that we captured correctly?
Right, because we made the recommendation on top to enable clear and to develop aggregated reporting. Yes. Right. Yes, it does, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, the US. I have Morocco. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
US, you have the floor. Sorry, just to make it.
Apologies, Chair. There was an end to the statement that said aggregated reporting on SMTAs and PGRFA sessions shared through such SMTAs.
Thank you. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As I discussed with the United States, my colleague, in Article 5E of SMTAs, the provider shall periodically inform the governing body about the material transfer agreements entered into according to the schedule established by the governing body. This information shall be made available by the governing body to the third-party beneficiary. If you see in the reports, the signed SMTA by Africa does not exceed 200. But under Article 15 of the institutions, it's more than 16,000 SMTA signed. So Africa and Morocco is asking about to know who are using our resources. So that's what we are asking about, providing the reports about the information using signed SMTA using the genetic resources. Thank you.
So in Morocco, I just was informed by or maybe I can give the floor to the Secretariat that he can explain what kind of information the Secretariat receives by the provider. Thanks.
Thank you. The information that is reported by the provider is just the minimum information required by the procedure of the third-party beneficiary, meaning that the type of recipient is not provided through SMTA to the Secretariat, and we don't have that information. It doesn't mean that we cannot actually improve the system to allow that those that want to provide that information do so through the current system to avoid duplication, and we could also aggregate. We have worked with some specific group of provider in the past to do a specific analysis. For example, with some CGR center, we have done a study on the type of recipient of that material in the past. There is also a proposal that was made by the CGR and supported by Paraguay that we have in a paragraph later on to review.
In Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, the Chair. Just I want to remind that SMTA are not confidential. That the information should be shared with the provider. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. I have Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation had made a comment before with regard to another text with regard to aggregated, the word aggregated. But probably, sir, having heard the Secretariat that there is another request by Paraguay, would it be possible to look at the two paragraphs together to see if they make sense together and how. Thank you. We wonder, in taking into account, thank you very much, Secretariat, taking into account the proposal made by the United States and the concern by Morocco, if we could, instead of including the expression aggregate, if we could somehow include a text similar to OP8. Thank you.
Thank you. I look at the United States. So use similar language from here down in the other paragraph concerned instead of aggregate. United States, you have the floor.
Chair, if I understand correct, you're asking if we are okay deleting the part in blue on number 16. Is that correct?
I think, but I let Argentina explain what their idea was. Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. We expressed a concern before with the expression aggregated because it's not clear what aggregated means, and the way we read the reports is aggregated is a very, very general number, for example, and when the Secretariat does receive information saying aggregated means that, or could be interpreted as it's not going to be presented complete. At the same time, we can understand that there could be elements that the Secretariat does not receive. So the question was taking into account the concern of Morocco, and we're not so sure as to adding the word aggregated. If the concern of Morocco could be addressed not by deleting the last part, but by importing some of the language in OP8, which was the proposal of Paraguay, that goes in the same sense. Thank you.
Sweden, you have the floor.
Trying to find a way, maybe, and to develop reporting. And then I heard that it was to develop reporting concerning types of recipients. That's what I heard as being important. Thank you.
Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, if you allow me, I want to ask to get back to language we suggested, and because the aggregate information is said by Argentina does not give information and the recipient of the PGRIFA under the signed SMTAs. We want back the proposed text.
Hey, Morocco, you mean your original proposal?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Can you read it again?
And to report the information on the provider and the recipient of the PGRIFA, their signed SMTA, and the PGRIFA accession shared through such SMTAs.
Morocco, the problem is there that the Secretariat does not have that information, and it is confidential information in addition. So they receive already aggregated information, so they cannot go back. Just as a remark, after the United States.
SMTAs are not confidential, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
The SMTAs are not confidential and is part of the reporting obligation.
After the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking the floor again. I just want to point out that in the terms of use, we have clearly drafted language about identifiable information that is collected through the system, that FAO acting as a third-party beneficiary will not otherwise share any identifiable information with any third party, which would make this report third party, unless directed by the user in question. These terms, while they're not in the SMTA document, they are very much present on FAO's terms of use. So I request that we consider both these clauses and not have that text required, because it would be against our terms of use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The United States, Papua New Guinea, please help.
Well, maybe I'm getting here now on the wrong track, but I mean, reading the first part, it asks to improve the MLS data store and reporting tools. And it then lists up a whole range of categories that we would like to know more about. So in the end, it's to report disaggregated, not aggregated, but more disaggregated information, or to do a reporting by categories of recipient or providers. I mean, that is, so that, I don't know if that is then to follow what is there in red. That is something, a request for the future that we need to improve in order to be able to get clearer information and disaggregated information on such categories of recipients, for example.
the US. Could I please have your text proposal again, because now we mix them up a little bit and we need to be clear what we're talking about. Thank you.
Requests the secretary. Should I read the whole thing, Chair, please, from the beginning so we can? Okay.
You can.
Request the secretary to maintain and improve the MLS data store and reporting tools, including formats that distinguish SMTA requests and transfers by user categories such as public research institutions, universities, private sector entities, government agencies, and Article 15 institutions, and including with respect to developing aggregated reporting on SMTAs and PGRFA accessions shared through such SMTAs.
Thank you very much, Nat. And for this text, now we had a text approval by Sweden based on a suggestion from a Argentina. A Sweden, you propose to try to improve the aggregate reporting. That part, do you have that wording still at hand?
The only thing that it didn't seem to capture what people were after, but my suggestion was to sort of exchange aggregate to type of recipients. But if that doesn't solve anything, then I withdraw that suggestion absolutely.
I didn't have the chance to ask people whether that fixes something. So could you repeat?
It was including to develop reporting, and then then comes, let's see, information on types of recipients. Yes, exactly. And of the material, etc. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. This was just to reconstitute where the discussion was before we lost parts of the text. So I would like, before giving the floor further, I would just like to ask whether the reporting information on types of recipients is what would be acceptable instead of developing aggregate reporting, because aggregate can be much and not so much, whether that would be okay. United States?
We would be okay with that removal of the word aggregate.
Okay, then we take out the US proposal for the time being. We take that out. deleted. Thank you very much for that. This was now the attempt to react to the suggestion of Argentina. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I think we are very close. We had the concern that aggregated might give the impression that we are asking the Secretariat, let's say, to edit what they receive. At the same time, we understand the concern both of the United States and also the Secretariat that they might not have all that information. Maybe a way out could be working on the basis, now I'm lost, I think is Morocco's proposal, is the last proposal between brackets. Mm-hmm. So instead of saying aggregated, the text would stay as is. Instead of aggregated, we would say, and to report information available to the Secretariat, because basically it's what the Secretariat receives and nothing more. But we're not giving the impression that we're asking for less, let's say. So maybe that is something delegations could consider as a way out. Just an attempt to build a bridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I give the floor to the yes.
Thank you, Chair. We would prefer not to have that wording there, because if someone provides identifiable information to the Secretariat, it would be against the terms of use for that to be published. So for it to say to report information available to the Secretariat would mean the Secretariat would have to report anything that we provide. And if we inadvertently provide identifiable information, that would go against FAO's and the treaty's terms of use. So we respectfully would like that removed or rephrased.
Thank you very much. I think I have Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had only a minor comment that we also need to have in mind that this relates to the not finished negotiations of the enhancement of the multilateral system, where we actually say how the information on the SMTAs should be treated, and where we talk about only aggregated information should be made available to the public. So we have to have in mind that we can't override here what is foreseen there for the SMTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as I know, there's no information on PGRV accessions shared through SMTAs provided to the FAO, to the Secretariat, and there's also nowhere in Article 5 of the SMTA is it required. So could the Secretariat confirm that they don't get this information?
Secretary, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the current system, when the SMTA is reported, it's not mandatory to report information about the type of recipient. In the case of the SMTAs that are concluded electronically through the platform EasySMTA, in that case, we may improve the function in order to get those type of recipients classified. Eventually, further collaboration could be developed to make the system to make a function in the system available to compile that information on a voluntary basis for those that want to provide that.
So this would still be in accordance with the use of terms of use. I have to turn it around.
No, I was not talking about the type of recipients. I was talking about PGRV accessions that were shared.
Actually, what we are sharing is information about genus or crops, but not actual accession exchange.
Thank you. I have Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We accept the proposition of Argentina, and it's, I should say respectfully that it's our rights under Article 5A, and the PGRFA shared is in the annex of SMTA. So when SMTA is shared, we know who recipient and the accession shared under SMTA. So we do accept the proposition of Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Kenya.
Thank you. I think Morocco has just said what I wanted to say. I thought most of the information on the SMTA is non-confidential, and that's the kind of information we are just requesting that be reported or be in the MLS data store. We are not in any way requesting that confidential information should be reported by the Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to offer a recommendation to help this. At the end of shared through those SMTAs, can we add in line with the terms of use? The terms of use of the International Treaty on the ID on the treaty websites, the entire language of official terms of use.
Thank you very much. I think that from my perspective, I think that would fix the issue. I have Argentina.
Sorry, there has been so many changes.
Shall I read it out?
Yes, or can we, yeah, how it would be the final version. That's a challenge.
Shall I give the floor first to Canada?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't use from our Gene Bank the easy SMTA, and we communicate with them with staff from the Secretary as we exchange files, and that includes files with the SMTAs. So you can say all this information is in the hand of a member of the Secretariat, but we do it trusting that this information is kept confidential. That is important to us. Otherwise, we would do differently. Then we can point at a place where we keep the SMTA. That is also said somewhere. If we don't provide it, we only point at a place where we keep it and keep it accessible in case of a dispute. So it is important that this the direct accession level information between provider and recipient is kept confidential. So it is a little bit going down here a different route. If that would happen, our reporting, we must trust, even if the information is available to the Secretariat, that it's not made public.
Thank you. Canada, do you have a suggestion to improve the wording in that sense? Canada, you have the floor.
To improve that or to address, we understand that aggregated information should be extracted and made public. But we don't want to see that the SMTAs as such are made public. Only in the case of disputes. That must be, therefore, we prefer the wording that it's only used to extract aggregated information or publish aggregated information.
Thank you very much. Morocco?
If you allow us, please, we need some time to consult in the term, mainly in the last, in line with the terms of use of easy SMTA. the term of use. We need time to consult on that.
Thank you very much. What I suggest that we park this a paragraph, Morocco, the United States, and who else who's going to volunteer? Maybe Canada. Tomorrow morning, I invite you to sit together and really discuss it through and come up with wording that accommodates with consensual wording on this. I think otherwise we spend the evening on this. So it's paragraph 16. It's a Canada, US, and Morocco. So we go down to part 3. No comments in the preamble. Paragraph 23, no comments there. 24, I don't see any requests for the floor. We can lift the brackets. 25. I don't see any requests for the floor. Lift the brackets, please. 27. There's nothing. 28. 29. 30. Okay, move on. Part 4, operation of the third-party beneficiary. Preamble part, there isn't anything. The first one, the second preamble paragraph. I don't see any requests for the floor, so it's in line. Thank you. The third preamble paragraph, there's nothing there. A 31. No amendments. 32. Nothing as well. 34. 35. 36. I don't see any requests for the floor. Excellent. Is that it? Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are not quite done with this resolution. Apart from paragraph A16, we have already seen it, paragraph 8. That's the paragraph that was not included in the document that you had. We had to add that. That was the proposal made by Paraguay, as proposed by the CG centers and then seconded by Paraguay. So I seek your agreement to this one. I don't see a request for the floor, so I take it this paragraph is accepted. So with that, we have, I think, one outstanding paragraph. Well, you come back tomorrow with a agreed language. Let me just check. Indeed. Let us move on to a long document. It is item 6.1/CRP1, a draft resolution. I'm sorry you have to go back because there is in item 9.1 the CRP1 actually has a part 5. I just discovered it now. I'm terribly sorry. I missed that one. I didn't want to. So we go back to item 9 to the document CRP1. I have a printed out version, and there must be there's an empty space, an empty page in between, so that's why. So we go to paragraph 37. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't agree with the addition that's made here, and I can explain why. In the Netherlands, there are certain apple orchards, apple collections, which have decided to include themselves voluntarily in the multilateral system. And of course, it will be is possible to include apple trees in our national gene bank. So I think this addition is not in conformity with practice.
Thank you very much to the Netherlands. So we would delete, I suggest to delete that. Canada, have the floor.
A question to the Netherlands, would it be acceptable to say, for example, by? Because that's a practice we use in Canada and in the US, that we say deposit in the National Gene Bank, and then it's in the MLS. So as an example, and we find that pretty simple and straightforward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Canada. The Netherlands?
As long as it does not exclude what I just mentioned, it's okay for us.
Thank you for your flexibility. So we keep a for example and the rest of the text. We move on, 38. I don't have Can we lift the brackets? I don't see any request for the floor. We lift the brackets. 39. Sorry, so 38 has actually an alternative, and now I understand why it. Netherlands.
No, my remark is on 39 or 33.
Okay, let's go. Hang on. Let's go back to these two alternatives. Togo, you have the floor. Can we give the floor to Togo, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. It was just with reference to the alternative that I wanted to mention. I think we were overlooking the alternative. Thank you.
And that's why we're discussing this now. And basically the difference between those two alternatives is addressed by depositing them in an ex-situ collection under the control of a contracting party or Article 15 institution. So which would be more restrictive, the natural or legal person would have to deposit its collection somewhere else. That would be how you would actually make it available. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we have the insertion in the paragraph 37, it's maybe not required to repeat this here, and maybe could be removed.
Netherlands.
Well, I think 37 is different from this one, because in 37 the natural legal persons themselves are encouraged, and here we ask contracting parties to encourage them, so I think it's different. But what I actually wanted to say is that we, of course, we have to also add for example here, as we did in paragraph 37.
So the question is indeed either we fix it this way or we are too restrictive in 30. I think 38A alt this is. So if we accept the second version, then we delete the paragraph 38 because we don't need both alternatives. Togo.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the third variation repeats the 38 repeats the concept, and so I think we can eliminate 38 altogether and keep 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We think the suggestion made by the Netherlands is a good one. And then maybe this, which is now number 33 alt, could replace 38.
Indeed. So I think that we have an emerging consensus. We delete 38, keep what is here numbered 33 alt, and would then lift, so you delete that paragraph, and we take the alternative and lift the brackets. Then we are where we can land. Can you lift the brackets around invites and invites down to institution? Thank you very much. Thank you. We move on to 39. There's nothing. 40. 41. 42. 43. I don't see any request for the floor. This would mean that we lift the brackets. We delete inclusive. And we lift the brackets around the paragraph. Thank you. We move on to the sides. There are brackets around that paragraph. I think it is around this paragraph as there is a reference to the enhancement of the functioning of the multilateral system. I would suggest we keep those brackets and see what happens with the enhancement process and whether that is addressed or not. So we keep that paragraph as it is in brackets. We move on to 44. United States, you have the floor.
I thought you were on number 45.
Sorry?
I thought you were on number 45. Did I?
No, 44.
No. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, Togo, vous avez la parole.
Togo, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I propose that we invite international donors and the CGI because, as I said before, they contribute greatly. And while it is true that the financial partners are important, we need to include the technical partners as well. So for this reason, I wanted us to include invites international donors, comma, CGIR. Thank you.
Merci. Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. I had a similar comment, so it's done.
Thank you. Netherlands.
Yes, we also support the previous comments, and we would also like a small editing suggestion to in the last word says banks. I think should be gene banks.
Thank you. Germany.
Was a mistake.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't have any more requests for the floor. We lift the brackets around the skier. We include gene before banks, and we lift the brackets around the paragraph. Thank you very much. Now I have Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
So, Chairman, for taking you back, the first international donors, why should they be international donors only that we are inviting? But we should invite all donors put. And then I will request that we keep that in the brackets until we hear what again happens at the MLS regarding to the expansion, the enhancement. I would suggest that we don't leave these brackets for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. So the suggestion is to delete international so that we address all donors. I think that is acceptable. Then the second suggestion was to actually keep brackets around the paragraph in order to see what's happening with the enhancement process. However, I think independent of the enhancement process, the MLS will stay, and I think we'll also use support. So I wonder whether we need the brackets around this paragraph, but because it doesn't directly refer to the enhanced MLS, but to the MLS already the existing one. So maybe I can ask Kenya whether we could go along and try to lift those brackets, as there is no direct link to the enhancement process. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I still think we need to keep the brackets. I want to do some consultations first before I make up my mind.
Thank you. Kenya, Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah, I actually wanted to support lifting the brackets because indeed it's a general aspect regarding the multilateral system independently, whether it will be enhanced or not, because we already have the multilateral system working and will stay, and gene banks will need that support.
Thank you. Germany. I think we keep the brackets for the time being until Kenya was able to consult. I hope we will not forget to lift them at the end, would be a pity. We move on to 45. Netherlands, you have the floor.
I think that this part is not correctly phrased. I think we cannot request the Secretariat for financial support from the crop trust. So I think we request the Secretariat to provide support as well as financial support from the crop trust. So we cannot request that from the Secretariat.
Could you repeat, please, Netherlands, what you said? Because now the Secretary put in text that wasn't there, and I was not sure whether you proposed that text.
I had no text proposal, but I wanted to pay attention to the fact that you cannot request a Secretariat for financial support from the crop trust.
So your suggestion is as well as financial support from the crop trust. That's wrong. Any suggestion how we fix that, the United States?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On this, I think we would have to have a new verb. So we would say, and invites the crop trust and other donors to provide financial support. And I had another comment that I was actually coming in to make, but just working on this well.
Thank you.
And the comment that the United States wanted to make was on the first part of the paragraph. We're comfortable with requesting the Secretariat to provide technical support, but we don't think we can go with requesting them to provide legal support. We don't believe it's in the Secretariat's mandate, and legal determinations remain the responsibility of national authorities, so we would request to delete and legal support. We just don't think that's an appropriate role to be requesting of the Secretariat. And legal. Thank you.
Thank you. So the suggestion is here to provide a technical support. So we delete a legal and legal deleted. And I think the invites the crop trust and other donors to provide financial support. That's what we can do. It should be just invites, I think, should be in bold. Everybody feels comfortable with this text? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions to the Secretariat. The first is, it's a good idea to say that, but what are the financial implications if we request the Secretariat to provide technical support to collection holders? Secondly, does the Secretariat have the technical expertise to provide such support, or does that mean they would need to hire someone to do that? Or I'm a little bit wondering whether we stretch the task we assign to the Secretariat. I rather see maybe the Crop Trust has the capacity to do something like that, and we could invite them, the Crop Trust to do something like that. And the Crop Trust, I don't know how much the Crop Trust is really a donor. I understand the whole idea of this, but I find it a little bit confusing. But perhaps the Secretariat can explain what the financial implication would be, and whether they see themselves in the capacity to do that, or whether they would need to hire people to do that. That would be important to know, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the Secretariat?
The first request to the Secretariat is to provide technical support to collection holders so they can include material in the multilateral system. This is what we've been doing since the multilateral system was established. The second request is for the funding of the crop trust to provide financial support for the regeneration multiplication. I think that the insertion of the new verb by the US clarified a little bit this situation.
Thank you, Secretariat. I hope this clarified. Togo.
Thank you, Chair. The fact that we are eliminating the legal support, I think that in order to internalize the treaty on the national level, we often require legal support and capacity strengthening. And so the legal element, I believe it should remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Togo. Maybe it is helpful to understand what that legal support would be. Secretariat.
In the some of the capacity building programs on the multilateral system, the Secretariat, together with the legal office of FAO and other legal experts, have been assisting contracting parties in reviewing the national legislation to adapt the framework of this legislation to make possible the multilateral system operations.
Thank you. With that, could we live with the inclusion of legal and legal? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the Secretariat for the explanation. Now I think I understand. You mean so they can include material in the MLS? not in their gene banks. I misread that. Maybe it's helpful to put in here, maybe that's clear to everybody, but with that understanding, I understand what we are, what is happening here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you feel comfortable in lifting the brackets around and legal? Canada?
I see it administrative support, I would say. It's administrative support so that we know how to do that. Legal is, I see legal also as a different, a little bit differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we feel comfortable with this? Thank you very much. So we can lift the brackets around the paragraph. Thank you. I can scroll down. Finished. Excellent. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this long day of going through resolutions. We're making very good progress. Thank you for that. Thank you for your spirit of compromise tonight. We will reconvene tomorrow. What is it? 10 o'clock. To go through more documents. You worked a lot this week, so we have still a few resolutions going on. We will announce which ones. It's the ones that are available, and we haven't treated yet available on the website. You have the link. We will also need to go to the remaining open paragraphs in the resolutions we dealt with today. So I think we need to work swiftly tomorrow morning. Togo, vous avez la parole.
Togo, you have the floor. Togo, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Please excuse me for coming in so late, but with regard to paragraph 45, paragraph 45, I wanted that we would request the Secretary to provide technical and legal support. I know we've gone beyond that, but I wish to include legal, because in addition to the Secretariat, there are the technical partners who can also provide such legal support. So that's the philosophy in which I was expressing myself. Thank you, Togo. I think we've captured the legal aspect. Not everyone was comfortable with that word, and so we used the word administrative, which captures the legal aspect. I hope that that would be satisfactory to you.
Morning, 10 o'clock, a plenary. I will also inform tomorrow morning on the state of affairs with regard to the multilateral system. There are consultations ongoing. I hope I will be able, at least to, when the plenary is a little bit fuller, to repeat that, so not that you're afraid that nothing is moving on. With that, thank you very much for the very constructive spirit of today, for the huge amount of work, and for the patience with us up here. Have a good night and see you tomorrow morning.